Hi everybody. So let's see where let me get to the chat. Oh, did I? Hold on a minute. Why is it not showing me the? Aha, there we are. Okay. Now I'm in the right place. And let me make sure my sound is. Hold on a minute. There we go. Okay, hi. What, Jimmy? What's the matter?
I hear you.
Oh, yeah, I can hear. Yep, thank you. Let's see. White Angel says, no auction tonight? It would have been appreciated. Well, I did let people know. What, Jimmy? What's the matter? Okay, tell me what's the matter. Sounds weird?
I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry. Yes. Would it have been nice? Yeah, I did mention it in our Slack, but I had planned to have an auction. I tried. I had a migraine headache. I had to work through a migraine headache, and then at about 8:30, I said, "There's no way I can do this, and I have to take care of myself." And so I will try to do it tomorrow. But I was sick just felt terrible with this headache. I thought I was getting a fever. I couldn't even eat. So that's what happened. And everybody told me, go lay down and take care of yourself.
I love you.
And okay, let's see. Thanks, Jen. Hi, Zigzag. Zigzag, why you? Yeah, so the auction can always be tomorrow. Besides, I don't think there were going to be many other people that were even selling. So, we'll see. Maybe it's better Sunday or whatever. But I've come to the conclusion that I've got to, also care about how I feel. And I didn't feel well, and I very, very rarely ever do anything like that. Anyway, so hold on, I've got to get that. You hear the ice? Did you hear the ice? Where did you hear the ice? Jimmy? Jimmy? Didn't hear the ice. I don't know if he heard the ice. Did you really hear the ice? Hi, Tree Dog. Hold on, I just got to get my mushroom stuff. Hang on. I don't know where Jen heard the ice. I don't know where she heard the ice. Let me see. I'm going to check if Jen heard the ice. I don't understand. She heard the ice. No, you didn't hear the ice, Jen. The ice is, you're hearing the kettle, not the ice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Jimmy's gonna work on the ice maker tomorrow. I don't know. I hope he might turn into an ice maker repairman. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. And if I suddenly need something to eat, I'm gonna get myself something to eat because I did not eat tonight because I was not feeling good. Okay. I had a sweet potato. That's all I had. So if I need to eat something, I'm going to eat something. User. Hi, User. How are you? I don't know if I've ever... Well, let's face it. I've had a lot of users in here, but I don't know if I've specifically had anyone called User. And your channel is M. Okay. You've had your channel since 2012. You should really change your name, Em. Because, and someone's going to automatically say, Oh, because I think like on other forums that means like a really brand new person. But welcome in, M. You're bad. You heard glass clatter? Oh no, I know I moved something. Okay. So, okay, did you guys see my thumbnail? I'm proud of my thumbnail. Let me see. Hi, Dan. How are you? Glad you're back again. Can everybody please hit the likes? Thank you. All right. Today is March 1st. I can't believe it. See, right now I feel feverish. Okay. Let me show you this. I'm going to try to go through this. We'll see. Case gone cold. Do you think that Nancy Guthrie is going the way of JonBenét Ramsey, that we're never going to know what happened? It's always going to be just like with JonBenét Ramsey. There's constant speculation on who people think it is, right? It's always been that way. And so we'll see. But I don't know. You're trying to relax a bit. Good. Relax with us. I just poured myself a cup of mushroom coffee, and hoping that it helps my head because. Okay. So, do you think this is? I'm sure you're all familiar with JonBenét Ramsey, right? And do you think this is another case that for years we're going to hear, oh, a new break in the Guthrie case. Oh, there might be a break in the Guthrie case. Oh, it's 20 years after the Guthrie case. Do you think it's going to go the way of JonBenét? Or do you think they're going to solve it the way they did with Koberger? Now, before we had like a lot of time. Now we are... You never heard of mushroom coffee before? You've got to watch my mushroom coffee video. Yeah, I love it. But anyway, case gone cold. So I am starting to think that's the way it's going. Now, I will tell you, today, I don't know what I was listening to, but it turned into this older man in like an office. I don't know who it was. Okay. But it was an older guy in this office. And you know what he was saying? Like I don't know if he was an ex-FBI agent or something. He was something in law enforcement, okay? You know what he was saying? And I looked to see if it was an older video. It wasn't an older video. He was saying he was going back to the son-in-law. Okay? So, and I'm trying to remember everything he was saying, but he was saying that if it, the first people you're going to look at are the people in the family. And then I'll tell you why he said this. And this makes a little bit of sense. Remember when we see that guy in the yard and he doesn't have a backpack on? Well, hi Terry. What this guy is saying, and he didn't mention that guy specifically, but he said, whoever this was knew this house extremely well, and he thinks that those other cameras weren't disabled at the same time. That those cameras were disabled, and not only disabled, they were destroyed. They were destroyed. So for somebody to go around and destroy those cameras, I guess he means Now, would a caretaker say something like, hey, the cameras are destroyed or the cameras are broken off? Maybe. But then who would they report that to? Nancy. Who would Nancy probably tell? Maybe her daughter and son-in-law? I don't know. So, hi YouTube mutters. So I was listening to him, and he said he even thinks that the intruder, that whole part where he goes to the camera and disables the camera, could be staged. That person never wore that stuff in the house. Okay, so then I was going along with I didn't even listen to the whole video. I was going along with this for a little bit. The guy looks like he's got a brain in his head, and he's in, like I said, he's in this office. He looks like a retired FBI guy. So, he said, he went on to say, how are you going to get this, 80-year-old woman who can't walk 50 yards? How are you going to get her? Now, the one thing he messed up on, so then I already was like a little bit, he didn't know that there was blood on this side, on that cement leading down the driveway. He said there was only blood on that outdoor patio. And I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. He said the back door was left wide open. This is what I heard, okay? And I wish I could remember his name or whatever it was, but I was doing something else. It went on my phone. I listened for about 10 minutes, and I never finished it. Maybe some of you saw it. Maybe some of you didn't. It was a new video. It wasn't old. It wasn't from the time this happened. It was new. And he was saying that you've got to go back to this now, because I think the kidnapping of Nancy was retaliation against the family for something that happened in the past. By who, Terry, though? Who? There was blood going down the driveway, not just... Oh, I know that. That's why I just said he was wrong. Yep, I'm well aware of that. I mentioned that a while ago here before I saw it a lot of places. Everybody was saying that. Where's Tree Dog? What does Tree Dog say? That's Terry, not Tree Dog. Right? Who knows? I don't know. Just a theory. Oh, okay. I thought you had somebody in mind. The sheriff seems like a really POS, and he's in it for ratings on his TV show. Hi, Heather Snoopy. Yeah, so, okay, let me just see if I can, hold on, find out what I was, this, no. Okay, I'm not going to go back and go looking for it. But anyways, I'm trying, because I listened to it. So what else did he say? He said the back door was wide open. Now, you take this with a grain of salt, because this is, I don't know who this guy is. He's X something, but he said the back door was wide open. He said he believes that if there was any type of forced entry, that it was staged, that the person got in with a key, that the person that knew that place, knew every nook and cranny in that place, felt that all of the cameras and everything else, they were all taken off well before this. And thinks that the only one that was left in place was the one at the doorbell. Now, this kind of seems that way because, wait a minute, why haven't they got any other footage? Right? Why haven't they gotten any other footage? Now, this person, okay, let's look at it this way. Nancy's phone was left at the house. If it did go the way this guy said it went, and we're just talking about it because it seems like it's going to a cold case, and so we can talk about it. If let's say it was somebody that knew her, okay? They would have her phone. We're going to use this as her phone. Ethan's picture is going to be her phone. And let's say she's like, hey, there's some alert on my phone. You want to, I don't know, there is something, looks like something happened to the cameras. Oh, let me see that. What if that person deleted all of that? Okay? Who knows? Now, he didn't say that. I'm saying that. Because I'm thinking, whenever he goes to disable those cameras, was that something she looked at normally? Because we don't know anything about Nancy, right? We don't know anything about her. We don't know, was she a real guru with the phone? Or was she like one of these, like, what? I don't know what's happening with my phone. What? I've got to call somebody, right? Was she that, or was she a tech whiz on it? Okay, because I've had an 85-year-old cousin who was a tech person. Like, she knew everything about electronics. Boom, boom, boom. But I've had other people that are, like, scared to death to touch it. So could he have said something like, oh my gosh, it looks like, I don't know, looks like something happened to the cameras outside. You know, I want to order you some new cameras for the outside, but I want to get the right ones. So let me just delete this stupid app off your phone. They're no good anymore anyway, and I'll look into some other ones. We don't know that wasn't said to Nancy. We don't know that Nancy even knew how to look at these alerts. Maybe she turned off her notifications because it was too annoying. We don't know anything. Because the thing is, if that person was there before, she would have had an alert on her, even if he only left the doorbell camera there. She would have heard an alert. So let's say she got the alert and she saw that guy, the guy without the backpack that allegedly came on January 11th. What do you think she would have done? Would she have called the police? You think so, right? If her alarm was going off and some strange man was in her yard, you think she would have called the police. But she didn't call the police. Now, here's another theory. Do you think that the person, now this is going to be a little bit out there, okay? Let's say it was somebody she knew. And let's say they said, you know what? Why don't we test your cameras? Let me go put something on, and I'm going to go out and stand there and see if it picks me up. We don't know that they did that, right? Or didn't do that. There could be so many different scenarios. We don't know what her day-to-day life was. What if they did that? What if, let's just say it's someone she knows, okay? And so they said, you know what? I want to see how good your camera is. So tonight I'm going to put something on. I'm going to put on some high visibility, something, and even over my head, just to see how it picks it up. So we don't know what time it was. Yeah, the FBI left their headquarters. Yeah, they're back and they're not in Tucson anymore. They handed the house over to the family. Now we've got a situation going on with Iran. It's like, here's the new diversion now. We're going to go to Iran. So the FBI director, everybody's over here and needed over there, and we'll put the other guys up in Phoenix, and come on. So, but just follow me on this. Let's not change this yet, B-Lady, because I'm not done with this. Follow me with this. So, yeah, they took the doorbell camera, right. They found one or two intact on the back, but it sounds like she left the phone. The phone was at the house, but you know Chrysanthemum, is that your name? Chrysanthemum, if they cameras were intact, how come they don't have the stuff? You know what? This guy started to make a little bit of sense to me, okay? And I didn't listen to his whole video. And he didn't say everything that I'm saying, but I'm just saying, because I'm really thinking, and no one is talking about it, why Nancy didn't get the alert. Now, here's the other thing. There have been times I'll be like, why am I not getting alerts on my security system? Me. And I'll look, and somebody signed, the app's still on my phone, but somehow I got signed out of it. And so I wasn't getting alerts. Could it be something like that had happened to her, so she didn't see that thing, or she's not so tech savvy and someone else signed her out of it? Someone else turned off her notifications because they knew they were going to the house that night. Right? It's pretty easy, I would say, if she's not tech savvy, to say, here, let me see your phone. Let me see. You probably need an update on here. I've got to take care of this for you. Let me see. I just want to check your alarm system there. Now, she's not going to be, why would she be suspicious if it's somebody she knows, somebody that takes care of stuff on her phone for her, right? She should have gotten a notification on her phone. And I looked that up, B-Lady. Even if she didn't have a subscription, the Nest cameras would have given her a notification. And they would have recorded the event and kept it on her phone for like 3 to 5 hours. You can't understand why anyone would want to hurt her. I know, but I'm just trying to think this through. So it's a real possibility, but how come nobody's mentioned that? I haven't heard one person mention that. Why wouldn't Nancy have been saying something about the man in her yard if he was there on January 11th and she got a notification? What do you think? It's so crazy. Why is no one saying anything about that? Everybody's saying that, oh yeah, it's a different day. I wish that criminal network guy would come here because I want to ask him that. It would be erased after 3 to 5 hours, but she would still be sleeping on a Sunday morning. But we don't know that. What if she was a light sleeper? We don't know that. Now, she needed hearing aids, right? It could have been erased, but there would probably still be the notification on her phone, even if it was erased. The notification would stay. Okay, so follow me with this one. Now, I'm trying to figure out why the guy said, because he kept saying that he thinks they took Nancy out the back and that there were more people in this and got her into the vehicle or somewhere out through the back. After the back was left wide open, he said. Now, I don't know. I have not heard from law enforcement the door was left wide open. How does he explain the blood on the patio in the front porch or whatever they're calling it? It's not really a porch. It's more of a patio. So her camera had a link on her phone to notify her with no subscription? Yes, I looked that up, B-Lady. I did. I said, if you don't have a subscription, but you have a Nest camera, will it still give you a notification, and will it record the person? It said it will. It will only hold it for a short amount of time, like 3 to 5 hours or so. There was an article about her, and it mentioned she had very powerful hearing aids. Okay. Yeah, I did hear that. So, okay, she needed hearing aids, right. Now, let me tell you, whoever took her, I would like to know, are Nancy's hearing aids with her? Right? Where are her hearing aids? If they took her without her hearing aids, and she needed very powerful ones, they'd have to literally be yelling for her to hear. Plus, she has to charge those batteries if she has the newer kinds of hearing aids. And I'm sure she does. Did her hearing aids go with her? Did her glasses go with her? We haven't heard anything about that. Nancy's case has been strange from the onset, but it's true. Remember? Poor Ganon Stauch? They found his body hundreds of miles away. Yeah. But they still knew something terrible happened to Ganon pretty soon. And they let us know it, right? They said that the amount of blood found in the Stauch house was not compatible with life. We knew Ganon was gone, right? We knew it. We didn't know where his body was, but we knew that. Now, they haven't said anything like that with Nancy. They've been very hush-hush on what's happened in that house. They have not said a lot. I cringe even thinking about that case. I just hope the guy has some compassion. But what's going on? So what about this? And now, I hope I'm not mixing up two things, but yeah, he said the door was wide open. And again, and I hear this all the time, and I remember hearing it before. I know I heard this before the Nancy case. And I don't know what case it could have been, because I remember hearing it before that. And I always feel like everything I hear I've heard for the first time now. Or I've heard it again. If someone is going to take you, if someone comes in to your house to take you, don't think, and I know people do, oh, I'll just go and I'll talk to them. I'll be, I'll just do what they want so they don't hurt me, and I'll talk to them and let me go. Once they get you in that car, they say, your chance of coming home is 10%. So they said fight, run, kick, risk getting shot, do whatever it takes, run in a zigzag, but don't let them take you. Right. Don't ever go to a second location. And I know it's scary, right? Because a lot of some people think like, oh, if I just do what they say, you know how they do what you say and you won't get hurt. So, but no one is saying what happened to Nancy home. All we know is blood on the front doorstep. But what about inside? Well, there has been stuff leaked out on the inside that there was a glass lamp that was shattered, that there was blood. I heard from someone said recently, it might have been this guy, that there was an equal, what?
Did you order my looking?
Yes. There was an equal amount, there was an equal amount of blood inside as there was outside. I don't know if it was him or somebody else. But But he didn't know that there was blood on that walkway to the driveway. He didn't know that. So that bothers me. But I think there's some truth that the other cameras may have been, maybe that's what that person was doing there January 11th, breaking those other cameras. The Apple Watch was left at the home. Yes, it was. But that's all they told us. They said her watch and her phone. They didn't tell us about her glasses. They didn't tell us about her hearing aids. They didn't tell us what the condition of her room looked like. They didn't tell us if it looked like she had gotten dressed or anything. They didn't tell us about her shoes. Okay? In other cases, we've heard it. Remember Shanann's shoes were at the door, the ones she always wore? Remember that? We knew that right away. Her shoes were there. Her purse was there. Her car was there. The kids' car seats were there. We knew all of that. Okay? We know it in a lot of missing persons cases. The first thing, if you hear their purse, it's not a good sign, right? You hear somebody's gone, but their purse and their phone that they don't go without is there. It's not a good sign. Hi, Mr. Shannon. I've been looking for you because then I had someone come in, Shannon, and I was like, where's Mr. Shannon? If there's blood in the house and the walkway, why is the blood nowhere else? What do you mean? What do you mean by nowhere else? From what Savannah has stated and the sheriff, they took her from her bed. Exactly. But what do you mean they took her from her bed? You know what I mean? Okay. If they took her from her bed, does she just mean they roused her from her bed? They made her get up from her bed? How did she have a struggle in the foyer if they took her from her bed? And if she means they took her from her bed, did they wrap her up in the comforter or the quilt or whatever was on the bed and take that? And that's why they think they took her from her bed? We don't know if she had on pajamas. They have never said. The rumor is that they have removed the sheets, which is why they think they removed her from her bed. Well, that would make sense. But where did the blood come? Where did the blood come from? If she was taken from her bed and wrapped up in blankets, how could she be bleeding like that? I'm not ignoring your comments. You said makes it sound like they picked her up, you said. I didn't think I had to say anything. I'm just Yes, B-lady, that's what I mean, dear. Okay. Was Nancy hit by the glass light? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Did they accidentally hit her on something? Or did she struggle in the blanket and wail her hand around and hit that lamp? But it still seems so strange. So anyway, so if this guy did, why would you do it in the hypothetical case? Well, if it was somebody that she knew, what did I think? Hold on. This guy said something like, oh, he's like me. He said, this is not a ransom. This was not a ransom. If it was a ransom, there would have been a real ransom note within 72 hours with the proof of life, with real. It wouldn't have been sent to TMZ and it wouldn't have been sent to some radio station. That's not how it's going to go. So he was saying he thinks it's something either financial, there was some kind of disagreement or something. What's the matter? Or some other thing. But he doesn't think it was kidnapping. It wasn't a robbery. He thinks it was somebody that knew her. Oh, and I know. Oh, hold on a minute. I have another thing that I think he said. Listen to this one. And this makes a lot of sense, too. This makes a heck of a lot of sense. Listen to this. You know, you remember when they took Nancy's car? He says they might have put Nancy in her car and brought the car back. Now, since Nancy went in through the garage door and got into the house, there's definitely a way to get in through the garage without ever going out of the house. Why wouldn't they have done that? And all the time when we're saying that this guy needs someone in a car to pick him up, Nancy's got a car in the garage. Right? I didn't miss that. I already heard that a long time ago, B-Lady, but I'm not talking about the sheriff now. Why aren't we thinking more about Nancy's car? Wouldn't that have been the easiest thing to do? They wouldn't even have had to go outside with Nancy. But are you following me? I don't know why the blood is outside unless they planted it there for some reason. Okay? And I hate to say this. Please remember these guys had 10 hours before the police were called. Is it possible that they planted that blood there? Why did they take Nancy's car? You heard, Sandra said, I heard that they went through the back into her bedroom and then went out the front door where the blood was. But how do we know, okay, what records the garage door opening and closing? What records it? What device records the garage door opening and closing? Does anybody know? But let's just think about that. What if it was somebody she knew, somebody she knew well, somebody that had a key to her house, somebody that knew everything in her house, somebody that knew where the keys to her car were, somebody that knew how to operate everything in her house, what if the back door was just open to look like somebody went in there? Why wouldn't that person have gone through the garage where nobody would have seen them? They could have gone with the car out the garage. They could have stayed 6 hours somewhere, cleaned that whole car, vacuumed it, disposed of everything, brought it back home in the garage, left the back door open to make it look like something. This guy was even saying that whole shenanigans in front of the camera is all just so that people would be looking and thinking something else than what was done. And that everybody is thinking, this guy is so unsophisticated and not smart and this and that. But this whole thing could be staged, even the blood. And you'd say, where are they going to get Nancy's blood from? Well, if they did something horrible to Nancy, could they not get her blood? Did not look like a costume. No, they're not saying it's a costume. They're saying that they staged that. They didn't go in the house that way. That was just for so they'd say, well, what did the camera pick up? Oh, they picked up this guy. I'm just telling you what I've heard, and then I've kind of thought about some different scenarios of that. But why didn't they? Okay. If it was someone that knew her, right? Wouldn't it make the most sense to go through the garage? We're all talking about that he's going to be carrying a woman down the street or out the backyard, and there's going to be cars coming and people waiting. That's ridiculous. Because if there was a car coming, right? I don't care how dark it is, the car's headlights are going to shine on this guy carrying some woman down the street. And you don't think that's going to register with people the next day when she's missing? That, wait a minute, we were coming home from that party, Phil. Remember we saw that guy carrying that woman down the street? Right? Why would he do that? To me, her car in the garage makes the most sense. We've all been saying, how is he going to carry her? He's got to go down the sidewalk. He's got to go across the thing. We're saying, does she have a walker? Maybe he'll put her on the walker. Why wouldn't he just walk into the garage and put her in her car? The whole thing this is ridiculous. Hi, Chrissy. That would make the most sense. Would that not make the most sense? Now, this guy didn't... I gotta go and listen to... I'm trying to go listen to him again. Wouldn't that make the most sense? That means he never had... So, okay, then you're like, well, how'd the blood get there? There's only like 1 drop of blood on that walkway. There's a crack in the walkway. and there's like one drop of blood. And even if, okay, how many people, there's been people that have, remember they went back to a house? Who the heck was that? And they did something and then they went back to go clean up. Oh, it was a documentary that we saw. And to steal a car. They killed the people inside. They took them to a lake and disposed of them in the lake, and then they went back to the house, okay, and they were friends of the people. They went back to the house to steal a car that they wanted in that garage and make sure anything else was cleaned up. So let's say this guy was just an acquaintance as well. If he knew he had all those hours, why wouldn't he have taken her car? We don't know. What kind of garage door opener does she have? Where was it recorded? And they didn't come out and say. They never came out and said that that garage door opener wasn't going up and down. What about when her daughter and son-in-law got there? They didn't tell us when the garage door went up and down. We're just assuming that there were no instances of the garage door going up and down because they didn't tell us. That could be the one piece that they're holding, and they would most likely do that because then they would say, oh, when the perpetrator knows that the garage door went up and down at 2:30 in the morning, that we know we got our guy. That's what they do. A lot of times they hold a piece of key evidence, right? You guys have watched enough interrogations and stuff, don't you know that? When they say that the guy knows something that nobody knew and nothing was released to the public like that. So, yeah. Yes, but Chrysanthemum, that's all they told us. Yeah, we know all about Nancy. Doesn't mean they have to tell us that the garage door opened at 2:28. They don't have to tell us that. They can be keeping that. Just like somebody said they were keeping something about a spotlight that was broken off in the back, right? Because they wanted that to be from the intruder. But somebody could have seen that with a drone. But how would somebody know the garage door went up and down? And hi, Dukin. Do you know that? Why? Right, they don't want to tell too much. So we don't know that. The garage door could have went up at 2:30. Is that why they took the car? Maybe, and I have to say something. I also found out the Pima County Sheriff's Office doesn't deal with kidnappings or something. They don't even have a department or something. I heard something about that. If that's the case, and we don't even know where the garage door action was recorded, is it possible they didn't even check for that until, when did they take her car? That wasn't it like a big thing like 3 nights later? I don't know. This is all like weird. But that makes the most sense. It makes the most sense they would have taken her car. We're all wondering that he's going to be carrying her down a walkway, wrapped in a blanket or thrown over his shoulder. That makes no sense. And then they come up with this other idea that cars going by 2.5 miles away, out the back is going to be what is he going to climb through all the cactus and everything 2.5 miles away to get to some cars back there? Come on. He's not going to do that. She doesn't have a road right behind her. How is he going to go out and carry her on that road where all that has to happen is one car comes up there and sees him with their headlights? He's going to stick out like a sore thumb carrying a woman down the road. The reason they didn't use her car was because their car was already... Dan, listen to me. They had so much time in that house. They had 40 minutes. They could have done anything they wanted to her car. They could have tarped the entire car. She had a Subaru SUV. They could have put tarps down in that entire car. Maybe that's what they were doing for 40 minutes. Maybe they didn't even go in and get Nancy. They had it. Listen, this guy said whoever got there had a key. You go in. They're in the freaking garage. She has her hearing aids out. She's sleeping. She doesn't know what's going on. They're in her garage, putting her seats down, tarping that thing up like crazy. Then, at the very last minute, when her pacemaker disconnects, is when they took her. In my opinion. What, zigzag? A wagon, like a radio. Oh, a wagon. No. But what? If you saw a lady... Zigzag, just listen. What would you do if you're driving home? How do they know it was a Saturday night. What if some of these people on this street were out at a party and they were coming home at 3 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning? What the heck? They're wheeling a lady in a wagon. That's such a chance to take. Hi, Philip. That's such a crazy, crazy chance to take. Then why take her? In my opinion, not random. Yeah, I don't see, Philip, why it's random. Random for what? Because they wanted an 84-year-old woman? They didn't take money. It wasn't a burglary. I just don't know why. Didn't think of her car. We thought of why didn't we think they would put her in the car? Nobody would even see them. And then I don't want to sound crazy, but let me tell you something. If any of these people had a syringe, they could have taken her blood, okay, and transported it without leaking all over the place. And maybe everything is all staged. The broken lamp, the blood on the porch outside, even the couple of drops going down the driveway. I don't know. Maybe they checked that septic tank in the back because the back door was open and they thought they opened the septic tank and put her in there. But it makes a lot of sense to take her car. They would never have to be seen with her. I don't think she went out the front or the back. YouTube? I think she went out through the garage in her car. A lot of trouble for staging, but you know what, Heather? It would be for a random person, right? But I don't think it was a random person. So the staging would be really important. They would have to go through a lot of trouble. They'd have to be real careful. And maybe. What if they... Car GPS. Okay, now that's another thing. The car has GPS. But did they to get the GPS, did they take it? And is there a way to wipe it out? I don't know. Okay, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. What if they brought their own car into her garage? She had more than a one-car garage, right? What if someone drove their car into the garage? What if someone rented a car and drove it into the garage? Or borrowed someone's car and drove it into the garage? Maybe that's why they took Nancy's car, because they knew she was taken through the garage. Why else would they have taken Nancy's car? Probably because there was an alert, the garage door opened, went up and down. I don't know. And they're just not letting that information out. And it was a dead end because it wasn't Nancy's car. They drove their car in there. Something's really wrong, messed up. Why would they have taken Nancy's car? If Nancy went out through the front or the back door, why did they tow Nancy's car? And why did they tow Nancy's car like 3 days later? Sounds like they know that Nancy left in a car. Why were they at first looking for a suspicious car by that Circle K? Sounds like there's something more with the garage that they didn't tell anyone. Just to see who knows. And there's another thing that's bothering me while I'm at it. There's an article in the New York Times about the bandmate of Tomaso. And there's something that really bothers me. He says at the end of this article something to the effect that I wish the sheriff could just come out and say I'm cleared or something, but he can't do that. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, why can't he do that? Because he supposedly did it for the family and their spouses. Why can't he do that? If you're having all this trouble and you have to send your kids somewhere else and you're being stalked, why can't he do that? And then the article in the New York Times. Didn't they come out and say that guy Carlos was cleared? And the other people? I don't understand. Guys, please hit the likes. That's what some people think. I don't know. Some things are not adding up. The math isn't mathing. Some things are strange. It's just not adding up. I want to see exactly what he said in that article because it's hit me since I read it. Hold on a minute. It's hit me since I read it. He said that he wishes that could happen, but the sheriff can't do it. Why can't he? Okay, let me see here. I feel like someone's taken my name. Noting he's unsure why. I don't know. Monetary clickbait to be relevant, entertainment, but there are innocent people that get hurt. I want to see what he said about. And I don't know what to tell him except he probably should be. Now listen, this is what it was. Okay, hold on a minute. It was Chris Nanos that said this. Chris Nanos said, Evans is going through hell, and it's horrible. And I don't know what to tell him, except he probably should be speaking with some attorneys and sue some of these people for libel. I wish I could jump out and defend every single one of them that's ever been falsely accused. And what he said on February 16th is the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in the case. So why didn't he make a statement for this man? Why? Seems like he's just pushing the blame onto somebody else. I don't know. I'm not saying this man did this, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but what the sheriff said there bothers me. I wish I could defend it. He defended the family. Why can't he defend this guy? I don't know. Things like that, wording bothers me. That bothers me. That bothers me. And the other thing that bothers me is, where is the family? I know Savannah's going back to New York, okay? She's back to New York this weekend. She's going to move on with her life. Where's everybody else? Because even the bandmate said he went back to teaching, he's got to go on, and he's saying he was harassed. So what's going on? I don't know. What's the family doing? And by family, I mean the family in Tucson, which would be Annie and Tomaso, and I believe they have a son together. I don't know. Something's wrong. Space smog, high probability that it's a dark web order, will be impossible to trace to mastermind. I don't know, but I do think that she went out through the garage. Whether somebody brought the vehicle there, I don't think there's any way they carried her down a walkway, into the driveway, into the street. No. How come we haven't heard about tire tracks? Did they ever do tire track impressions in that gravel? What kind of driveway does this woman have? Isn't it gravel? Did they ever do tire tracks or anything? I mean, when you sue someone for slander, defamation, you have to prove your reputation was significantly impacted and resulted in a decrease in finances because of that. Right. Well, I don't think that the sheriff knows very much about that, but there are tracks that look like a wagon. Or a walker. Well, it's very possible she brought her walker out there if she did use a walker, and they would be from older times. I don't think she walked. She didn't walk with a walker. Where's her walker? Is her walker there? Is her cane there? Wouldn't that be really telling? Did she take a walker or a cane? That would have her walking out, right? How can she go back to work not knowing where her mother is? What really happened? Because I think she either knows more, I'm sure she knows more than any of us, but what's she doing there? It's not like she's out on searches and she's in these, a lot of people go to the headquarters for the missing people and stuff. It's just like Lacey Peterson, right? Every day people were at their little headquarters they set up. She wasn't doing any of that. So what's the difference with her being in New York? She wasn't seeing her kids, and she's probably losing her mind there, and she wants to go back, and maybe she knows that the probability that her mother's alive is very slim. And she probably knows that her mother would want her to take care of her family and to live her life. Or is she just going to stay in that house and just stay there, and she's probably going insane? Her kids are probably crying. Do we want to go back to school? We want to get back to, they've got to finish out the year of school. They probably have things set up, a lot of things coming up in the spring. We're not going to do this, we're not going to do that. I don't know. It's like, Savannah's not in protective custody. Chrysanthemum, she's back in New York. They're not going to bother her in New York. She can go to the supermarket. Nobody bats an eye. This is why there's no foreign DNA, because it's somebody in the family. Yeah, okay, so back to the ghost suspect. What we mean by ghost suspect is that this is somebody that's DNA isn't there. This is their first run-in like this. They've never been caught anything, and then they're just going to go pick up Nancy Guthrie for their first foray into the kidnapping world. That's pretty odd. It's pretty odd it's a total stranger, right? The odds of it being just a total random stranger is pretty odd, especially since they took her. If it was that she was there and she was attacked and then she was ransacked of her jewelry, things like that, yeah, that could be a random person. Yeah, that might be your meth addict that you said. This is not a meth addict in my opinion. It's not random in my opinion. I don't know. I heard it was something way back, and it was something way, way back in the 90s space. I don't know. Oh, yeah, something from a bar, right? But we're not saying it's him. Okay, well, I just found that weird that the sheriff said that. I thought it was the guy that said it, but it was the sheriff. I just felt weird. I'm not saying it's him at all. But I'm saying I think it's somebody that knew her and knew her well. Yeah, I know. I know there is. That's what I just read from. On the job, come on, sir, you think? No, I think that she's probably feels really secure there, and she's got a community of people that she works with in her support system for her. I don't fault her for that. She's been there for a month. The chances of finding an 84-year-old woman without her medication who has a heart condition, that there's been no, absolutely zero sign of after a month? What is she going to do if it turns into JonBenét Ramsey? She's going to stay there for years? She can't. She doesn't want to live in Arizona. You just heard a barn. Huh. Philip says, in my opinion, it's strange the faculty members have not volunteered for search parties. A lot of that is strange too. It is. It really is. There was a vigil on February 4th at a church. The family did not attend, according to everything I could find. Right, he doesn't want anyone searching. Yeah, Space, I'm not saying it's him. That did not come from me. A lot of people said that, but I'm not saying it's him. I was talking about what the sheriff said in that article. But I do think it's someone that knows her and knows the house well. That's what I do think. Hello there, Angel Eyes. Yeah, that's what I do think. That's whoever it is knows her really, really well, and knows the place really, really well, and knows her electronics really, really well. Maybe even remotely can control her electronics. Okay, so the ghost suspect, right? The new reality, the DNA found matched no one in the CODIS database. The stuff in the house matched people that should be there or have a right to be there, right? So you've got this suspect with a completely clean record, a ghost, which, for those of you putting those two initials, that person would be in a database. Know that. If he had a record, he'd be in a database. So, yeah. No. One month after Nancy was taken, they say, from her bed, right? The FBI is scaling back its physical presence in the Catalina foothills. They're not going to be in Tucson. They're going back to Phoenix. Plus, the ghost suspect, whatever DNA they found, doesn't match anybody. The person has no criminal record. Forty-one minutes from the time the camera was disabled until the pacemaker's disconnection with her app. 41 minutes they had. And then they had 10 hours, right? 10 hours before anyone was called. They haven't released the 911 calls. Why aren't they releasing the 911 calls? They never found the camera footage. They said that this would never take that long. They said those other cameras that were shattered and stuff, why haven't they got the stuff? So FBI will move its command post back to Phoenix. Forensic void, yeah. So the FBI, I think it's going the way of a cold case. That's my opinion, because I think, I don't know, for whatever reason, it's going to be like a JonBenét Ramsey. And people will have all their theories of who it is, just like in JonBenét Ramsey, right? Everyone thinks they know who it is. Look at the note, that looks like somebody wrote it. Look like this. What about this? They really are not giving the public enough credit, as they are forgetting that the public were the ones that found Gabby Petito. Yeah, they found Gabby Petito, and they also found somebody missing on, what was it? What road was that? I-75? What did you say? I saw it, and they were both up close. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. Let me see. Who are you saying? Who are you saying, though? I don't know who you're saying, Angel. Who are you saying it was? It couldn't be the person if you're saying the person with the initials, they would be in CODIS. Carolyn, what do you want to shout out about? I said on day 3, White Angel said, I said on day 3 it's going the direction of JonBenét Ramsey. Okay. I understand that, but much more to it. Okay. I think, you know, and the other thing is, and I hate to say it too, yeah, but it can't be Angel Eyes, because he would be in CODIS. He would be in CODIS. So, it's very strange. Shannon. Yeah, but then, okay, and you're going to have some people, I'm sure you're going to have some people, okay, and let's be real. Let's be real. Have police ever taken bribes before? Do you know policemen? Do you know the ones that have been caught? How many haven't been caught? Let's be real. How many have been caught? Have law enforcement ever taken bribes? Just answer the question. Have they ever taken bribes? And again, you're only going to know the ones that got caught. Could that be the case? I don't know. You got to look at everything. I don't know. Just from who got caught, White Angel. What about people that have never gotten caught for that? What about if they've never gotten caught? It would have been taken, Angel Eyes. It would have been. you're just getting here, but you're not going to start at the beginning. Just double Dutch jump in here. Yeah, just double Dutch in. Ramona says the difference between JonBenét, they have no closure. Nancy, no body, no closure. Same as Jimmy Hoffa. Well, I don't think it's more like, yes, they have JonBenét's body, but well, I think it was 99. I think it was 1999. But I don't know. Something's weird. But I think the easiest thing would have been to go out through the garage. No matter what car. And I believe that police department wasn't experienced in stuff like this. I don't know. There's always hope, Philip, right? There's always, where there's life, there's hope, they say. But it does seem insane. You feel the FBI knows since they went to Nancy with prosecution guys. Since they went to Nancy? To Nancy's house? That... the sheriff from Peanut County is just ridiculous. There's White Angel. He reminds me of that sheriff from the Dukes of Hazzard. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Now wait a second. Just wait a second. Where did we... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm getting like tingling in my head. Oh my gosh. Didn't someone just say that Desert Law, the reality series, that the cops are phlebotomists and they can take the people's blood at a crime scene? Do you remember that? That the cops are phlebotomists and they can take the person's blood at the crime scene, and that they saw that on the Desert Law show. It's just making me think that her blood was planted there. And I'm not saying by the Pima County Sheriff's Office, but if you're just thinking that they can be phlebotomists and I don't know. It's just weird. And the way the blood is weird. Phlebotomist means someone that can take your blood. They take your blood. Phlebotomists, they work in the labs, in the hospital. They draw blood. And now it's said, if I'm not mistaken, that Desert Law shows, I think when that guy was getting arrested that other night, somebody said that normally the police have to send the person to the hospital to get their blood drawn, to get their blood alcohol level and stuff. But that, I'm going to look it up and make sure I'm right. At Desert Law Some of the cops were phlebotomists, and they took blood right there and then. Pima County Sheriff's deputies frequently perform their own phlebotomy blood drawers on site during traffic stops and DUI investigations, a practice that was highlighted in the A&E reality series Desert Law. Deputies in Pima County are trained to draw blood directly at the scene of an investigation or a traffic stop, rather than transporting suspects to a medical facility. This is commonly used for suspected drug or marijuana impairment where specialized on-scene evidence is required. Phleboto cops, that's what they're called. Phleboto, where Mr. Roboto. Phleboto cops. Arizona law allows for specifically trained law enforcement personnel to conduct these blood draws, a practice that has been used for over a decade. The Desert Law series, which premiered January of 2026, showcases the Pima County Sheriff's Department's daily operations, including these on-scene procedures. While used to speed up evidence collection, this practice has faced criticism and legal challenges regarding the adequacy of training and the safety of the procedures compared to using licensed medical professionals. Phleboto cups. Phleboto cups. Phleboto cups. No, Ramona, I don't think that. But I was trying to say there's a lot of people that could know how to do that. And is it possible that whoever took her knew how to do that and would be able to stage a crime scene with the door open when they went out the garage, with blood on the inside the house and the outside, and a broken lamp, and Nancy's blood, a couple of drops on the sidewalk. Maybe the reason there's only a couple drops on the sidewalk is because they went too far with the, you've got 2 syringes, 3 syringes full, and then it's like, oh my gosh, I thought you had another syringe. Oh my gosh, we're supposed to take the blood all the way down. Now we can only put a few drops there. Could it be something like that? Don't you think it's weird that there's just a couple of drops? Just a couple of drops on that sidewalk? I don't know. Angel Eyes, I saw exactly what they said because I saw the drops, and then I heard them say it, and they showed the same drops. There's a crack in that sidewalk, and there's like one or two tiny drops. That's it. Nothing like up on the patio area. Well, maybe, Ramona. Maybe. What are we doing? What are we doing here? The case is going cold, Ramona. What else are we doing? It's ridiculous, and I just feel it's going to go cold. That's it. It's done. The further you go without solving a case, at least, you know what, and I hate to say it, in Koberger they started to get a suspect. They started to have some things they were looking at. They saw the car. They saw this stuff. They were going behind the scenes and doing all that. And what was it? They had a knife sheath. I just don't know what they have here. It's ridiculous. They didn't have more blood on the driveway space. They didn't. That's what I'm saying. It seems like an afterthought. It seems like it was put there, and maybe they thought they had another syringe full. I don't know. I don't think they walked carrying a woman where anybody with headlights would come up on the road. Nancy did not live that far off the road. You've seen the live coverage, right? You can see that if you're driving there, especially if you're driving on that road that's like perpendicular, you almost can see, like, your headlights would be right on that house, right by that driveway. And if you're coming up this way and they were walking down the road, you would see them. Why would they take such a crazy chance? Ramona, it's not even that they're not telling us anything. The actions they're doing show that they're pulling off the case. Okay? It's like when they have they're searching for someone and then gradually, yeah, we're not having a search today. Yeah, we'll update that. And it's like longer and longer and longer goes, and then they have to pull people off to go on to other cases. And you know what? We're going to give you back your house. And we're going to pull up our stakes here. We're going to go back to Phoenix, FBI. You can still let us know tips if they're coming. We'll look at them. I feel she was carried out and someone said that their source said sheets were missing. That she could have also been put with sheets into the car in the garage. Also, there was blood and fluids, but who knows if true. I don't know. I don't know. None of us do. Now, what was that? Is that my ice maker? Please, Mr. Ice Maker, please. If anybody wants to call in, you can call in. And and then the Kouri Richins, right? What's going on with that? You think the jury's going to buy the drug dealer, Robert Crozier? And that it couldn't be him? They're all saying they didn't give her the fentanyl. She got oxys, Roxys. He had no Roxys in his system, so Kouri's telling the truth. You think that jury's going to believe it? I've seen crazier juries, right? Look at Maya, what was her name? That Maya girl. Look at the jury on that one. You never know what's going to happen. Twisted says, I heard today that Anna Kepner's murder on the cruise ship. Well, yeah. I said that a long time ago. You said that he was released to go home with family? Yeah, I said that a long time ago that he was that it was kept sealed because he's 17, and that was like weeks and weeks and weeks ago. Probably, maybe about the time Nancy was taken, Twisted, and it was sealed, and people didn't find out about it until days later. Yeah, I don't know about her car, but that's not ice. It's called the no refusal weekend here. Cops have an open warrant. ADA ride with them on holidays. When drunk driving's bad, saves hours of not wanting to draw. They can get blood alcohol levels down. I don't think so. You know what? I think the FBI's got bigger fish to fry right now, right? They're saying that we might have all of these kind of retaliatory things. What was it? What is it that Iran is saying? Doom something. They don't know what they're going to hit. They could be, American consulates. What's going on, right? In Arizona, when a person is missing, they can declare you dead after 5 years. Well, exactly, Philip. That would be like with Ganon Stauch, right? They told us right away in the arrest warrant. They knew it right away that there was an amount of blood that was incompatible with human life. Space Smog, you have to email me and I'll give you the Zoom number. Space Smog. Are you the person that wanted to call in the other night? I think you were, and I came back and I said, email me, and you were gone. You have to email me at carolyn@truecrimechat.org. Here, I'll put it in here. Doomsday, yeah. I think the FBI's got some big fish to fry. Do you see it? I put it right below you, Space Mog. Space Mog. I think you were the one that tried to. You have to put an exclamation point and email. Oh, freezing a little bit. I don't know why. You'd have to do exclamation point email. But if somebody wants to call in, they just have to email me that, and I'll give a Zoom link. And you don't have to come on camera, but you can't, if you come on camera, you can't be naked. And that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. I don't know. I really think she was taken through the garage. I don't know why anybody... Why would anybody want to risk that? I don't know. Oh, Terry, there's been many, many instances. We had a guy that did that one time, and that was one time was enough, and that was it. I do have to say that. And then we had a guy that we thought was, yeah, that was iPhone Dan or something. iPhone Dan? Something like that. Do I call from my cell phone? You can call one of the numbers from your cell phone. Just make sure you have your YouTube turned down or it's going to echo like crazy. Oh, definitely. And lots of nutty people, Terry, especially on YouTube, yeah. Then I'm not coming on there. I know, Twisted. Oh, it's crazy. Scooter tried a panel once and I wasn't there, right? It was a long time ago, and she got porn bombed. And then we had someone once that called in, but they called in with someone that used to be here that was like, I don't even want to use the word that they said they were doing with noodles, something really strange with noodles. And they had a video of that person. It was, and they put it on and we're like, what the freak? How is that? I don't know who did that. I have no idea who did that. I think it's still on a video somewhere. I don't know. Really think if it was my mom, I wouldn't wait over a month, but a lot of people need them. Not just sort famous people, but I think Sheriff was stubborn about wanting his own lab and screwed it up. Or maybe they were filming it. I don't know. They might have had different motivations. You don't know. I mean, we don't know. We don't. What was their motivation? Was this really good for... We'll see what season 3 is, right? If season 3 focuses completely on this, maybe they wanted it for content. I don't know. It's bizarre. And I want to ask you something else. When does the filming for season 3 wrap up? When they put the barricades out? I don't know. Sometimes it seems like that, Terry. It does. It does seem like that sometimes. Let me know when you email me, and I'll check. Certainly does. Now I'm getting hungry, see? Told you. But a motive, I can think of one, but a million conspiracies is easy. I don't know. I just think the garage, why would they want to walk down anywhere? The blood is a challenge, because how are they going to put it there if they planted it there? How could they have planted it there? But maybe they did. That would really be something, Space. I don't think anybody would risk prison for TV series. So I don't think that's true. But I'm absolutely sure. Are you not sure that A&E would want to capitalize on this for a third season if they were renewed for a third season? Well, that just makes sense, right? Any producer would say, wow, that's, what is that? That's reality series gold. Wouldn't it be? Rather than watching them go around to random traffic stops, if they had some kind of the inside track on the, look how this has captivated the country. They went in and out through the garage. Why the odd behavior on the Nest camera? What odd behavior? Ballerina? Ballerina, I said that before. I said that this ex-law enforcement, whatever he was, FBI or whatever, that I heard, he also said that he thinks that could have been a setup to trick the police. Everybody's saying this guy is so unsophisticated and he's such a little jerk and he did. They didn't find him, did they? So he's not that unsophisticated, and maybe he's doing something to make you think that, and maybe it's all a setup. That's why the door was open in the back, and that just like how people, look here, not there. They fake a forced entry. That's what this guy said too. People that have keys and they go in the house with a key, they break a window, or they force the door open because, well, we're not going to. If you don't, then who has a key to the house? Oh, he does. Let's go look at him. Oh, why would I do that? I have a key to the house if I was going to do that, right? There you go, Ballerina. Yeah. Oh, ballerina lines. I thought you said ballerina lies. I was like, what? Why does the ballerina lie? Oh, are you calling in? Space there? Ballerina lies, ballerina lines. Is Ballerina calling in? Ballerina. Ballerina. Problem is, Perp never expected to be on camera. Or did he? Or did he? Maybe he did, Space. No, ma'am, I'm calling in. I appreciate you giving your explanation. You're calling in, Ballerina? You've got to email me if you're calling in. Oh, you're not. No, but Space wants to call in. They said that. I don't know if they are. I think they were the ones they asked me the other night to call in. But thank you for thanking me for the explanation. I appreciate that. That's just my opinion, but, I have one. You do too. No problem. You don't have to worry about typos. I said your name wrong. I called you Ballerina Lies. I'm sorry for the misread. Space, please let me know if you're going to call in, or anybody else want to call in and weigh in on this. You can call in. Amy, anybody? Where's all the callers? Everybody's so shy. I would think people were less shy. When I first started, people couldn't wait to call in. Now it seems like everybody is so shy. You're on a freaking phone line. It's either you're so shy or they want to take over the show. I don't know. It's not a happy medium. You can be anonymous. Anonymous. You can be anonymous. Who knows who you are anyway? Who knows Space Mog Luna? Nobody here knows you. What kind of blowback are you going to get? From who? You're not going to be able to accuse people of stuff because we can't do that here. So what kind of blowback? Nobody knows you. You don't have to go up there with your face. Do you have a very recognizable voice? Or are you like Barry White? I bet you would, wouldn't you? Mr. Shannon. And I would never think you're shy. I'm either shy or taking over the show. Really? You mentioned the bombing. Yeah. Yeah, but you're not going to do that. You don't have to go on camera. How's that going to happen? Ballerina Line says, did anyone hear that Savannah offered to pay a reward when the case first started, but Nanos asked her not to, but because it would overwhelm the tip line? I don't know. I've never heard that specifically, that it was factual. I've heard people say that, but then again, and I have to tell you, if it was my mother, my whoever, you'd do it for a dog. I don't think I would care what he said about that. If I knew that we had to act fast and that could make all the difference. There's too many wacko things. You know? They had 10 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours. They could have been... Nanos is saying she's close by. If she's close by, why haven't they picked up her pacemaker? I don't think she's close by. The person that did it might live close by, but I don't think Nancy's close by. I don't think so. I'm sure they could have, Ballerina. A lot of these places, think about like Nancy. Lacey Peterson, when she went missing. They had like a spot set up, and they had flyers, and they had people helping, and I'm sure they could have done anything they want. They have all the money to make anything happen. They could have had private investigators, so many things. They didn't have to take anybody, some sheriff of Mayberry, tell them what to do, even though it's not Mayberry over there. But they don't have to take orders from that person. Hey, Rochelle. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. What's up? What do you think about that she left through the garage, and they just haven't told us that because they're trying to keep that quiet because they know that just the perp would know that. Even if they brought their own car in there. Maybe that's why he hasn't had a lot of press conferences. He doesn't want a lot of questions. Because he's scared how he'll answer them. What if somebody said, Sheriff Nanos, I have a question. Was the door going down that night after Nancy dropped off? Was that the only activity with that door? What if he, stuttered out an answer? Okay. Hi, LOL. LOL, bird. Is that bird? Bird. How are you? You think it's going to cold case, frozen case territory, right? Frozen in the desert. Right? That's another one. Frozen in the desert. Desert freeze. What? Desert law, desert freeze. Frozen desert. Case gone cold. Rochelle says, I think there's a lot of things that they're not telling us about this case. Correct? But I just feel like it's going to slowly, it's going to move on. We've got something else going on. Right? We've got something else that's going to captivate people, and then it'll be like, hey, anything going on with Nancy Guthrie? No, it's been 3 months. Anything? 6 months. It's a year. Hey, it's 2 years. You know? You think she's still alive, Rochelle? It would be a miracle. And miracles do happen, but it would be a miracle. Call slowed down, cameras on house, cops gone, case closed. It's looking like that. Is it an act to make somebody relax? I don't know. Is it an act to make somebody relax? Yeah, I feel you, Ballerina Lines. I mean, I just want to know, like, what the filming of their show is, what the timeline is, how it's coinciding with this and whatever. But they definitely don't want the media watching them, right? They're trying to do everything to dissuade people from staying there. Many of the media outlets have pulled up stakes. You've got YouTubers. I think there's still a few there, but I don't think they're there in front of the house all the time now because nothing's happening. And they said that less and less people were watching the live feeds. Okay. But I don't know. Summer Wells, yeah. once it's like Summer Wells, of course, they had a lot of people talking about it, but it got more about them than law enforcement, right? Then it just started to be a YouTube mess. And then it started to be about all kinds of things that had nothing to do with Summer. Same thing with Sebastian Rogers. All of that. There's a lot of cases that go cold. Kyron Horman, JonBenét Ramsey, Summer Wells, the little boy in Idaho, Monkey, right? Even that little boy, is it Monkey? Is the one that they said they had something on? And then it just seems like they've done that a number of times, and then you don't hear much happening, right? And then something happens, and then it's like, what happened? I don't think so, Rochelle. I think her pacemaker would be showing. They had 10 hours. They had 10 hours, and if they had her in a vehicle, they had 10 hours. Did she go to Annie's every Sunday night, or was this something special? Who else was at Annie's? How come we never heard any of this? Right? Family dropped her off. Tomaso dropped her off. She went there for dinner and a movie. She took an Uber there. They haven't shown any video of her coming home either. Yeah, it was nothing with nothing, Amy. There was like a mention about a trafficking ring that mentioned his name, and that's it. That's it. It was her birthday week. I don't know if that was a normal Saturday night. Mr. Shannon said, I think when they said she went to Mexico, it was to dismiss the whole thing. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah. Maybe to get people over there in Mexico just to get out of here. We're trying to film a TV show. Get out of here. Mr. Shannon said, because we haven't really gotten a follow-up on the people they detained and released. Yeah, and why? Why did... We really don't even know why, right? Why? Why did they pick those people? Why? Why, Father, why? It's very strange. Ballerina Line says, in my opinion, Nanos knows something and he doesn't want anyone else knowing it. Maybe it's something. Can you imagine if they announced July they're going to air season 3, and you're going to see things like the inside of Nancy's house and things you've never known before, and it's all going to be on season 3. Wouldn't that be something? That would be really crazy. If she does Uber, then she's not immobile. She did definitely Uber because they told us she did, and they said they spoke with the Uber driver. You think the family doesn't want to give a press release? She gets bashed on the net for what she says or doesn't say. I don't blame them, Ramona says, for not holding a press release. LOL Bird says, I think the family knows more than anyone and they aren't telling everything to the authorities. Amy says, I guess they thought she was worth the money but screwed up and didn't plan on killing her. I don't think so, Amy. I don't think it was a real kidnapping. I don't think so. That's just my opinion, though. Ballerina Lai says that would be absolutely terrible. Yeah, it would be, but we'll see what happens, right? Angel Eye says, I agree, Bird. Strange, it's crazy, it's strange and crazy. Can you guys please hit the likes? Please. Be nice. Are you calling in, Space, or are you just going to keep talking? Where did Scooter go? Scooter, are you still lurking around? Angel said I would never make my mom take an Uber to my house. I would get her, but yet they took her mom. Makes no sense. I don't know. Hi, Seeker. She says the family. Seeker says the family knows, but they're not saying. It's possible that maybe the family knows something and Savannah wants to get out of there and get back to New York before any of that comes out. That's a possibility too. Who knows? I don't know. Oh, they took her mom home. Yeah, but first they said family took her mom home, then it was Tomaso took the phone. No, or vice versa. Why are they changing the story? Why? So they dumped her. Coyotes took. It's not like after that they're going to show up for $1 million knowing that they would not pass go and go directly to jail. Unless, yeah. LOL Bird. And if Nanos does a press conference, the family needs to be there too. Too much going around. Well, I don't know. I mean, you can't force them to be there, but he should have at least given a couple of press conferences, especially at the end when they're handing like things over. Like, come on. It's like he's afraid. He's afraid of the questions. He doesn't want the questions. And he doesn't want to stumble over them. Because people read into that, right? You don't know what they're going to ask, and somebody asks something that you don't want to answer, you can answer, and you don't want to sound like, oh, wait, there's something we can't tell you, but then it just is a big thing, right? I think he's scared. I think he's been picked apart, and I don't think he is savvy enough just to have a press conference and take questions. And then if he says no questions, then people are upset with that. So then it looks bad. And then he's stammering and stuttering all over himself. They don't need to give a press conference. Leave poor Nancy's family alone. I'm not doing anything to Nancy's family, Ramona. What am I doing to Nancy's family? A lot of people have been praying and hoping and trying to help. I don't think anybody's been doing anything to Nancy's family but being nice. He definitely doesn't want to deal with the public and everyone looking at his body language. Yeah, and that's exactly what will happen. But then they usually put like, an information person, right? Out there, a spokesperson. Well, Bird said that they have to be there. That's just their opinion, Ramona, though. People can have opinions. Weird times right now in the world. Definitely Seeker, right? We don't even know what the heck's going on, right? What do you guys think about Iran? Anything? It was my mom. I would be there at the end of the conference. Yeah. Whenever these things happen, we always see the family. They don't just completely disappear. It's shady. Says LOL Bird. Yeah, no. I said yes. Go ahead, Space. Send it. I'm here. Send it. Yep. What's tomorrow? Sunday. Sunday. Everybody get a bug out bag. Ready with Iran. A bug out bag? What's a bug out bag? Am I missing something? What's a bug out bag? You're against any war unless we are defending. Rochelle says my nephew's in the Navy, and they're trying to get him to go over there. Wow, scary. My cousin's son is in the Navy. Ellerina Lyons says I can't think of a publicized case that I didn't see the family. Lacey, JC Dugard, and so many others. And when the family wasn't there, like there was a case and they said the husband wasn't there or something, and the husband ended up that he had murdered her. And then there's cases where the people are there and they're very prominent even in the searches and they're the murderers. But there was one, remember when they said, oh, the husband's not there? I think it was Kelsey Barrett, wasn't it? It was Kelsey Barrett, and Patrick Frazee wasn't somewhere, and they're like, oh, don't let that sway you one way or the other, right? It was Frazee that wasn't at these searches or vigils or things. But then again, like with Joan D'Alessandro, her killer volunteered for searching in searches. Did you say Savannah's going back to New York? Yeah, I think she's already back. This weekend. I think she's already back here. Yes. Okay. All right, you tell me when you send it. Yeah, I believe it was him that wasn't at the searches, and but look at Scott Peterson. Scott Peterson was at the candlelight vigil, but he was talking to Amber Fry and telling her he was in Paris, right? At the Eiffel Tower. She has kids. She had her kids real late in life, very late in life. And they have a life in New York. And they've been uprooted for a month, and she didn't even have her kids with her. So she hadn't seen her kids. Her husband came briefly. Kids are probably, not knowing what's going on. Oh, goodness. Where's Video Reel? Video Reel, where are you? I'm surprised Video Reel isn't down there. Scooter, where are you? Scooter came in. She left without saying goodbye. I don't think she should be criticized for returning home, but it's happening. I don't criticize her for going home. What are you going to do? Like I said the other night. She's got a life there. She's got kids there that are living, and I think her mother would probably want her to be doing that. It's not that, that's what I said. It's not that, she's searching or doing anything in Tucson that she can't do in New York. You know what I mean? Did I get snowed in up there? No, we didn't get any more snow today at all. But it might get some tomorrow. I don't know. I don't try to look too far ahead to the weather. I've got big plans tomorrow? No, why do I? No. I think we're having an auction tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Some people don't like to be on TV because they can be professionally profiled. I don't know. I don't know. Exactly, ballerina. And they've got a life. I mean, it's a big upheaval. You sent it. Okay. All righty. Okay, I'm putting the number in. And like there'll be a lot of numbers. You just can pick whatever number's closest to your city. It really doesn't matter because if you're in the United States, it doesn't even matter which one you take. Okay. Now where's the... Just remember to have your YouTube like muted. If you want to text my phone and tell me about what time of day I could call you. Wait, I missed that. Hold on, wait a second. Oh, tomorrow? You can call me anytime. You're in Texas, so you're what, 2 hours? Are you Central Time? If you would text my phone. I would say yes, and then I'm going to forget to text you. So, because I'm terrible at texting. I'm trying to think. I should be around in the afternoon, and so you're in Texas. You're 12, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, won't you look at me? Oh, now my phone's vibrating. It says, charge your phone. Charge your watch. You say the whole thing was a scam that went exactly how this was exactly how it was planned. Would want to. Wait a minute, I'm losing this. Me too, somebody said. I beg to differ. I think the whole thing looks like everybody's abandoning this case. The FBI's gone back to Phoenix. Savannah's returning back to New York. I think the whole handling of this case from I go way out on a branch. I believe her disappearance is political. I believe it's all tied together, says Seeker Amy. Oh no, White Andrew says, I would want to keep the case in the news as much as possible, as opposed to letting Nanos to give everybody parking tickets and make them go packing and put off that, yeah. But Savannah could think that the YouTubers are like a nuisance. And if they're going to have news people, have people from, real stations there, I don't know. She may look down on them. She may. They all may, right? If you're a journalist and this, that, maybe, it could be. It could be. It's possible. Could happen. Might be. Might not be. She might like them. I don't know. I don't talk to her on the phone. This goes deeper. It goes deeper than the sheriff, says LOL Bird. Oh, let's see. Where's our caller? Caller, you're on the line. You think our caller is going to be a male or a female? Hello there. Hello. Hi. You know what Jimmy did the other day? Do you know what he did? He had to call and cancel dentist appointments, right, for me? And I heard him in there with Luke, and I heard him making a funny voice. And I said, what is he doing? And he said, hi, this is Carolyn. I have to cancel my appointment. He made a voice like that. And I said, you didn't just call them and really leave that message, did you? And he goes, yeah, I did. And Luke goes, I know. I told him, why would you do that? It's crazy. He's crazy. Hello. Morgan, Faye, Stephanie. How are you? Just saying hi. You're new here. Hi. We like new people. We don't bite. You think the caller will be a male? Okay. We'll have to see. Male, 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 male. Did we just come up in your feed, Morgan Faye? Did you just find us tonight? I hope you subscribe. We're pretty fun around here. We do more than just true crime. We're a very well-rounded channel. Okay, here's our caller. Let's see. What I'm going to do, caller, stay on the line. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to pull our caller here for a second, just to make sure it's a real thing. Hold on. And I'm going to put this up right here. And then as soon as I find out our caller is good to go, then I'll put our caller over there, even though they're not going to be on the line. Now, where'd our caller go? Stay on the line, caller. Okay. You there, caller?
Okay.
Hi.
I am the space, right.
Oh, okay. I can move you over there. Okay. And I think you guys are right. All right. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I've really followed this case closely because I've had a lot of spare time. Mm-hmm. So I've been over lots of YouTube channels and stuff, listening to different theories, and probably am pretty well aware of a lot of the background than maybe a lot of other people, just because of the extra time and just curiosity about something like this. But so it is a very, very strange thing. My problem, I mean, a big problem with all of this that I think is that there never really was anything real to the kidnapping aspect of it, in the sense that that didn't start right until like 3 days later. And all of it was kind of media driven.
Right.
And there was no like real clear connect. I mean, that there are so many, I mean, wackadoodles, let's just put it that way, online and stuff, and in this crypto business that, I mean, TMZ is just a drop in the bucket, I think, with all the messaging that they probably had with crypto stuff being sent in. It's just that he capitalized on the, you know, he sees the big money.
I mean, they're going to capitalize on it, right? I mean.
Right. Yeah. So I think he played it from that self-centered, you know, and he's going to get the attention and the publicity.
Sure,
and
yeah, and he got a lot of money for that, right? A lot of people tuned in.
He's probably made millions.
Oh,
He'll
yeah.
ultimately make more than $1 million off of that just by, you know, advertising it. But I mean, there's still crimes that were committed, and there are probably more than one person. Well, obviously there was more than one person, because there was a guy from California that was already arrested, you know, for doing that. But
right.
To me, that's like more of an afterthought. But the case, because that guy came there, they say another day. Now, I think it was you or somebody said, well, maybe that could just mean like the, you know, before midnight or something that same night. That could meet the definition of another day. But I don't know. It also could be that since they want that January 11th date, going way back in time, you know, that could maybe be when he was spotted in the neighborhood or possibly on that camera. It is weird, though, if it goes back very far in time, then that means they should be able to gather a lot of video data okay,
Right.
rather than just that, because I mean, you can't go back that far and, you know, off that same address with that erasure stuff, likely, but if they did, then that means they would have a lot more video too.
Well, that could be the thing. Maybe that is why. That's a good point. Maybe that's because they got it so fast. Maybe it was February 1st and they put it in right away, and maybe after a week or two it would delete it. Maybe that's why there's no January 11th, and they don't want to say they don't have it, and they want to make the suspect think they do.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm a little bit techie oriented, so you know, I would think in that cache data where they're pulling that, there would still be some kind of timeline, time reference info there too, in that data, that they would somehow be able to know when the photograph was taken,
Right, yeah,
or
I think
you know,
so,
what
yeah.
the video was. So
Maybe they do, and they don't want to let anybody know.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking for whatever reason. But the other thing that makes me really hard to want to see the family having any involvement in this in any way as far as financial gain goes, because she's already old and unwell. The caregivers, you know, Annie and Tomaso, whatever, they're, you know, I mean,
right,
they have a fairly good living there. They're not, the family, if they needed help financially, they've got their wealthy sister, you know, to help them or something too. So, but the biggest issue too with all of this is, how do you collect the money? I mean, you know, there would have to be some kind of a, it can't be kidnapping and ransom.
right. I said that early on. I said if there's no body and stuff, it'll be for years. Like they have to be declared deceased, and then
not only that, if there are suspects, they're going to be so examined closely periodically, year after year anyway, right? I mean, how they're going to get this money. So there's no way for them, you know, to collect the money easily or even be able to spend it. I mean, to me, that's where it just all gets wackadoodle to me. But then the thing that with them keeping that car, and this is where I've heard another, you know, detective guy that solves the murders. He's the interview room guy that does the cold case files.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned, but he mentions it very briefly, and I've heard it mentioned by other people too. But the reason why they might be keeping Annie's car, and I mean, I mentioned it, but I don't usually get much feedback on it, is just that they have to hold that for the defense case, because that car was the last one used to drop her off, supposedly. And so the defense is going to absolutely need that to have their own independent examination of the car, so they can, you know, so this eliminates all the conspiracy theory things, or, you know, Tomaso could have done it, or, you know, they're hiding evidence. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense, but why wouldn't they have got it right away, though? You know, why didn't they collect it with their car right away? I think it was like, wasn't it days after?
Well, you know, I don't know. That look at that case is so botched. It's unbelievable. I mean, can you believe I mean, it's not taped off. The mat's sitting there. The debris from the, you know, for the plant matter, and all that's just sitting there. I mean, days and days afterwards, and you would think too that you would, you know, I'm sure they don't forget the photograph we have is just like the Brian guy walking up there shooting photos on the sidewalk. We really don't know how much more examined of the blood trail there could be, because that's just a real quick cursory view there, you know, as far as the blood going up from the doorstep down the sidewalk. But that wouldn't surprise me that there would be more blood dropped right near the doorway, because if she's still alive, or they're just, you know, coming out of the doorway and it's hard to maneuver her out, however she's being carried out, that's like a pause point. You know, you also might want to make sure the coast is clear, things are ready, whatever. So more blood drops there than when you're moving quickly down the sidewalk, you know, to get the escape. So that anyway, and then there's always these conflicting things too with the sources, but there is sources that say that blood is inside the home too.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've heard that too,
from,
right? They said as much blood as outside is inside, and there's supposedly a broken lamp.
right. I've heard that, right. And, and supposedly these are reputable reporters and things like that. The one thing that, I know everybody doesn't want to, it is more exciting or more thrilling or whatever this because it's captured everybody's imagination because of the fame and everything with the case. But it also could just be like a low-level crime too. On that this person had maybe cased the place. She's targeted because she's vulnerable as somebody would have known that she doesn't look well. She's 84. She lives there alone. In other words, the casing could be to that extent. That Brian guy, he interviewed one guy that works in that area that in police work. I think he's maybe in dog tracking now or something. But anyway, he's done work cases and stuff. And he even thought that, there have been burglaries in the area, not that part of town, but some other in that same region, though, where there were a series of break-ins late at night with people in their homes. That's been known to happen. I mean, he knew of case where that had happened in just another part of the town in the area there. So there are crazy,
yeah, I mean, there was a guy
taken
85 years old in Australia recently. He was taken out of his house, but they said that something, and then I just heard about, and I remember it now, it was like an 80-some-odd-year-old woman in South Carolina, and the guy had taken her like a bunch of, like they said, don't go in the car, and he almost looked like he was going to let her go, and he brought her to North Carolina, and then he shot her in the back of the head.
Yeah.
But still,
So,
I mean, there's... he robbed
I
her,
guess
so.
what the guy was trying to say, though, that what he thinks then that happened then is that something went wrong right away.
Yeah.
That, and that's why there's nothing taken or anything, because he had to make a decision right then whether to take the body or not, and he thinks there could be evidence. So burglars will do, I mean, if you have a violent criminal, they will, not hesitate to take the body. And I mean, the other thing that I'm wondering about, I've mentioned that in a comment probably too, is just the SA type crime. Do people that stalk, because it's not unusual to have people sexually attack older people, older women. Is there things like that involved, like this? Do they tend to stalk people? I don't know enough about the profile of that type of person, but this could be something where maybe the person would be there for that too, and then just remove the body. Anyway, but you see there's so many different kind of just things gone bad type of the thing where it's a mundane crime, and it does look sort of like the bumbling guy coming up to the doorway with the plant debris, but everything else about that, besides that one thing about him, he seems prepped. I mean, so there, that's like the only odd thing about it.
Could he have done that to look like somebody that didn't know anything about that place? Because it really wasn't. It was planned. Like a lot of people are saying, "Oh, maybe it's just a random guy and he's a meth addict or whatever." And I don't think he would come that many times. And I do believe that was a different time he came, and there's probably more than one person involved in this. And then, I don't know. I think it took more planning than they're giving it credit for.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the place was cased, but it does seem very strange that everything would come from Walmart, likely, and so that could be like, again, sort of a clueless. I don't know, somebody that's not maybe long-term experienced criminal.
I'm not a meth addict. I don't take drugs, but I would imagine somebody that's on meth, from what I've seen, like with Breaking Bad and stuff, they'll do stuff like that crazy guy that stole that ATM. They don't make the greatest decisions. They want something right away. They have to have their drug. Like, I think they would be the kind that would just be caught immediately because, they just do something random. They would be somebody that randomly, even if they saw her at a store and thought, oh, there's a rich lady, I just go to her house and get money. But they didn't even take money. So it's just weird. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't think it's random like that. I know there's a lot of drug operations around there and people that take drugs, but I don't think it's that.
But the fact, let's just put it this way, like if it's a lower level crime where the guy, just isn't in the system that much or just, I don't know, or maybe even somebody from across the border, that they're not going to ever have any genetic material on it. The person did look definitely Mexican American to me.
Well, I think that's a good thing. I think that would be somebody for hire. I've said that all along. Like, would somebody have been hired from Mexico?
Yeah.
Then that,
Yeah. Yeah. And then this thing could be targeted in the sense that there is a lot of crazies online now that, just like those two teenagers, they didn't even know each other and they went and got hired off and tried to do a crypto thief broke into those people's home, in the same time frame. So, there are a lot of crazy people just online. Maybe you could hire somebody on the dark web and keep yourself separated from the crime entirely. In other words, that person would never know who you were that hired them. Are people crazy enough to do crimes like that? To be hired for and they're sort of just not that known as a criminal, so they'd be very unlikely to be caught. I don't know. There's just so much crazy stuff that goes online. Yeah. I wonder if that could be, a way to distance oneself from the crime. And then, of course, because Savannah's so famous and her mother was in the news recently, and then on top of that, she's going to the Olympics. She's just sort of, I don't know, could there be something related in her past where there's some kind of a revenge or punishment, even with the mother who was sort of involved politically in her community to some extent?
They haven't even told us like things that Nancy did in the community, right? Or how active she was. Like, you've seen her on clips on the Today Show, and I guess the last thing she did was some interview in November, but I didn't watch it. See, I should watch it. Do you live in the area?
No, I've been to Tucson and been to the Jim Show and stuff like that, right, so I'm familiar with the region and all that, but no, I don't, never lived there. So.
Are you from Missouri?
No. I'm calling out of Texas just so I can give you that much. But,
okay. You sound like you're from Missouri.
Uh-huh.
No, because I used to have a caller that was a guy. You remind me of him, Jeff. Does anybody remember Jeff? He sounds like Jeff, and Jeff is from Missouri. Okay, that's what I said. Okay.
Oh, that's all right.
No, he's a great guy. He's no longer with us, and he passed away, but he was a great guy.
Yeah. So it's sort of a confounding case because it could go so many different ways. But I definitely do not think that I don't think that person that this is some sort of that they were knowing that they were going to be on camera there or anything like that, because they destroyed all the cameras around and that camera. Somebody said that the reason maybe they put the foliage up there was maybe they grabbed the whole thing, but there was part of it had a stick in it and they needed that to pull behind this camera or something to pop it off, that they were trying to pop it off like they knew it would pop off a certain way, but it didn't come loose like they thought. So they just went to grab something to pry it real quick. And so that was maybe why they didn't have the screwdriver or the tool, because it should have come off the other way. And then they needed the stick or something pry it, and then somebody said there was a photo or something taken at one point where there was a stick remaining up where the camera was. So that may have been the reason that was so odd a situation. But I just think the person definitely did not think they were going to ever be captured on the Ring video, because it had been maybe cased, and
unless they wanted to be that person to be seen.
Well, but then that would be a very elaborate crime, right? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's not as everybody's saying, like, oh, this is such a dummy, what he did, this and that. But maybe it's not. Maybe they want us to think that, to only be looking for one person. Maybe that person was hired just to go up to the door, and maybe that person lives in Mexico and they're gone. And to look like that.
Yeah, but then what's to hold them back from trying to collect $1 million? I mean, if they're not really connected, together. In other words, you have to.
Yeah, but if that person ever came forward, then they'd say, hey, you look a lot. Let me say this. No, I don't think they would. They'd go forward for the $1 million.
If they were hired separately, maybe they didn't know the person was going to be. Well, anyway, that to me, I don't know. That's going pretty deep.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's crazy.
That it doesn't need to go that deep. Like, this really could be just a typical, either robbery that went bad right away, or maybe a sexual assault that just, that's the way it was going to be.
Here's what I think about a robbery, right? Because they were there. There's a 41-minute time frame. So they say that Nancy was taken from her bed. So that doesn't make it sound like Nancy was struggling in the foyer they say she was taken from her bed. And I think even if she was struggling, she's 84 years old. Okay? Frail. You can't walk well. I don't know how much it would take if they really went in there to take something. She probably had things of value around. They could have easily filled their pockets with the jewelry no matter what happened. Right? Or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And nothing was taken, they said.
That's right. And then this is where, I'm just going by that guy that interviewed with Brian, that the only way he conjectures that still could have been a robbery. And so maybe this was the guy that was the source too, because he's in the police there, still connected. Maybe he was the one that floated this idea, but just that things can go wrong right at the beginning. And then maybe whatever, they had to move the body and do more stuff. I mean, I'm not saying I lean towards the robbery thing, because I think it's a kind of a targeted thing to my mind's eye, because that backpack seemed like it was stuffed full of, a body bag, a tarp, something to remove the part. And once you see the crime kind of play out, and it's not like kidnapping, okay, because there is no real way to collect for the money or the proof of life or anything.
Yeah,
so
right.
there never was that you kind of got to go through the process. So they're probably just never those crimes are separate crimes that are totally disconnected. So then what would all be in that bag? So it's not robbery, because that would be the other thing. You carry a bunch of bags in maybe, and you load up the loot in that, and you would take stuff. And so maybe the robbery went bad right away, and then they had to figure out what to do with the body or something. That could take some time. Or that this was just a targeted thing from the beginning, or it still could be the sexual assault. That seems to be the only
But here's
three
the thing. Here's the thing that bothers me, okay? If it was a random thing, how come they told everybody in the community, don't worry about it? Why? Then we've got some wacko on the loose that's going around to houses, and they're you would think there would have been more, people would have been more worried in the area, but didn't they tell them early on there's nothing to worry about? The community doesn't have anything to worry about?
Well, that's the thing. They never really, that's the reason some people say they didn't say that that's the picture of the guy standing. They didn't want to give out the other date that it was done. They wanted to hide that so
Right.
people wouldn't be worried that somebody's out there casing houses and stuff like that. So the guy, the robbery guy, did say the police guys thought that, well, it could have just been luck that maybe she was the most vulnerable in the area, and so she got hit first. That just randomly could have come up that way. I mean, I tend to think that this, just seems to be sort of a weird targeted thing too. I mean, with that backpack filled up, so maybe she was going to be targeted and taken to begin with, because it could still be a sexual assault thing, because you're going to want to remove the evidence off the body and everything. That's possible. Or we're in a crazy enough world with Savannah giving that publicity out, and with the going to the Olympics and just her being in the media and all the craziness going on, that you could just have some sort of crazy person
Stalker, but
do a targeted, revenge thing, or just get at them, because that's certainly possible, and that could fit kind of why you have sort of the bumbling criminal that can get away with it, because it's not, it's not like they have a big history of it or something, but they're maybe crazy enough to go for hire on the dark web to try to commit a crime like this. It is, it's baffling that way, but that's the only thing. I just don't think anybody close in the family would be able to do this or have anything to do with it, just because there's no way for them to get at the money, and there's no motive for them, because the sister or the relative, Savannah she's worth a lot of money. She can help people financially. So, and they seem a very religious, giving family in the sense that they're all going to help each other. So I just, to me, that
But
just,
it's so weird.
none of
Well,
that makes any sense.
If that's not the motive, like, why would someone do this? They didn't take anything. They didn't ask for a ransom.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. If the burglary went bad right at the beginning, okay, like she was going to panic, call 911, whatever, because there is this idea that they entered in that sliding door, which may be back where her bedroom was, not the back doorway, but there's some sliding doors. People were talking about that when they had the drones out there. Apparently there's some sliding doors there. I haven't analyzed it to that level, this thing, but I did see that, there was an entryway in there, and if that's back where the bedroom is, maybe that's back where they entered and had this altercation with her right away. So, I mean, I don't know if you saw that drone footage too, but they were seeing things about the crime. Like, I guess maybe they entered through the gate back there, or something was happening back at the back.
Well, I heard
gate.
A guy today, a retired law enforcement or something, and he said he was going towards the family again, and he said, you've got to go back to this because it's the only thing that makes sense. And he said the back door was wide open. That's what he said. The back door was wide open, and that there was, I believe he said, the same amount of blood that was inside was outside. But he thought that there weren't droplets of blood, and I did see them. They went down the walkway, but very few, just like two. But he said, why would, you're not going to take this 84-year-old woman that you're not going to be able to maneuver and everything. And I believe he said that they took her out in the car. But I've got to listen again, because I was like just listening a little bit. I didn't finish the whole thing. But he gave me some things to think about. And he said he thinks that they were there, that's more than one, and they were there. They knew the house. They knew every nook and cranny in that house. And they took other cameras and destroyed them way prior to that night. They took her out. And see, and that makes sense to me, because I think if somebody knew her And it doesn't have to be a family member. It could be someone that's very close to her that works for her. Maybe she says to them, hey, can you look at my phone? I mean, have you had older people hand you their phone? And they're like, I don't know what's going on. Some people are very tech savvy. They're older, but some don't know a thing about their phone.
Yeah.
And they could have easily disabled stuff.
Well, but see, then that would mean, I guess, she doesn't know how to use any of the camera stuff. And see, that this is where this doesn't make any sense about that, because they said that one of the reasons why she had lots of cameras there was she liked to see the animals, the nature stuff. And you can remember her even talking about in the interview about seeing the javelina eat her plants and stuff. So that probably is true, that she used she probably knew the notifications and stuff, because that story got out there that she likes to see the nature animals through the cameras.
But how come she didn't see the guy the night before? Unless that person got into her phone and got rid of that.
Well, but maybe she doesn't go check her notifications. I mean, I get so many damn notifications on my phone and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends on how much you really want to pay attention to your phone and notification. I don't know how the ring bells and all that, how
I know.
set up on her
maybe
phone.
they disabled it or something. Just, I don't know. If they were going to smash the cameras, maybe they decided to do something on her phone that she didn't know about.
They do have her phone. They do have her phone, right? So they could see whether those things were enabled or disabled.
Right.
That would, give them a lot of clues to that. And obviously, they were focused on Tomaso and Annie or something. And in the beginning, obviously, and they collected evidence, and they're still holding the car. But I think the reason why they're holding that car is for the defense thing, because this case is already going to be a disaster to prosecute. I mean, there's a good chance, unless they got some other hard evidence on the criminal and they're caught, there's a good chance with what they've collected. It's so sloppy in so many ways that, there's going to be a lot of, the defense can probably do a lot of, anyway, that's why I just think they're holding on to her car, because that's the last car delivery, and they've got to hold that for the future case, and the defense.
But what were
thing.
they doing in the house when everybody said, they're definitely, that's Luminol and Blue Star and all the flashing in the garage?
That is very interesting. And, that and the fact that it apparently happened late at night. So that, that is obviously they were focused on them as a possible suspect at some point, and or something, some evidence or something they had to collect for whatever reason. So, but then he's so adamant about clearing them, and then there's this issue with the car. But I don't know. I just have a real problem with how Annie and Tomaso really benefit from any of this, from being involved in any of it. To me, that doesn't seem likely at all. Just because there's no way for them to spend the money if it was a money thing,
But what if what if it wasn't that what if it was that they knew, that would take a long time, but that they'd have to perhaps sell her house, and there is that trust, and if she does go missing, they don't need to consult the court, from what I read. So they would be able to sell the house, even if they didn't have proof of her death.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that stands out for me, because
it's just that to me, they're her caregivers, and I caregived for my parents and things like that, and at that age with her condition, I just don't think there would have to be an urgent need for that money or something. And don't they have at least one child,
Yes.
too, a son, I thought?
Yes, yes.
So, I mean, to me, there would have to be an urgent need for that money, which doesn't.
What if it was,
Just get the money from. They
Here-
could get the money from Savannah alone or whatever. You know,
I have another thought.
'cause
I have
she's-
another
she's going to
thought.
die soon.
Wait.
Think
what-
Nancy's-
I have another thought. What if
Yeah.
it was just, what if the daughter didn't know? What if it was just the husband and
Mm-hmm.
he had something going on that she had no idea? And
Mm-hmm.
he needed to get that money. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just can't think of why a random person would do this. For what reason?
Well, I don't think that's very far fetched because of the fact that Nancy is very. I mean, Savannah is very, well famous, and she's brought her mother into the media thing with her. So and she was visible in the media just in the recent past. That was in November where they did the big piece with the mother, and and then there's this Olympic thing too, which knocked her out of the Olympics right at the perfect time. So I mean, there is that aspect, and there's so many crazy people. Just there are a lot of really kooky people that latch on. I mean, she has Savannah.
I believe
has
it. I
probably
believe
had
it.
a lot of.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot of people that her security team, because she's got to have had a security team for a long time up there. They prevented lots of crimes, violent crimes against her, just because she has the security team. But her mother was vulnerable that way too. But her mother was also just vulnerable in that community, the way she lived. So where she could be exposed to just a random crime on some level, and because Savannah is so famous, people want to latch on to the wild, the thing that's so seductive about the case or whatever. You can go wild with the conjecture with that, and it's not inconceivable that happens. I mean, just look at the crazy guy that got arrested driving around the neighborhood there for 100 times on drugs or something, and has her picture in his cell phone, and he's a crazy person, But
Right.
so you could just have somebody latch on to that situation because Savannah's made herself known in the community again with the media appearances or something, and she is a bit controversial, kind of connected politically. I mean, she's obviously on the Democratic side of things or something, and then has some. Well, there just are those political, aspects that we have such a polarized society now. I mean, even it could be something crazy as that. It's so polarized. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That things are. I mean, because she was part of a debate, I think, even with Trump at one
She
point
was
in her
yeah,
earlier
she was.
career.
Yeah, she
She
was.
one of the questioners or something.
She
So,
was. Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, and then there's her husband's background that way,
Right.
something with the Democratic Party. So you really could have a crime of revenge or retribution or something. And it doesn't have to be that they let her know why they did this or what the revenge for. I've heard that said, that they would want her to let her know. But no, I mean, if you really wanted to be sadistic, is you just keep her wondering too. I mean, that can be even more satisfying to certain people like
Right,
that.
yeah.
But she just leave her in a never knowing. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I said that could be a
she's-
stalker, but that did this. But then everybody's saying the guy looks Mexican, and I just think I picture her stalker would be, I don't know, in the United States. And of course, yes, he doesn't have to live in Mexico, but I don't know why I've got in my head that they just hired someone from Mexico, came over and did that thing and left. But it's because they had there's so many things. And somebody was asking about adult services, and I just want to clear this up. here's what it was. Here's what the sheriff said. Adult services were called because she was missing. So they were called,
Right.
and they came and they put a card in the door. And then when they filed the report, it said January 31st. So everybody started to flip out and say, how could she have been missing on January 31st? And then she was missing, they don't know. And then Nanos said, oh, let me put an end to this. It was either like an administrative error. It was because of the time zone. Like he just said, don't worry about it. It's just the wrong date on it.
Yeah. Brian even said, the Enton guy said that he was there. One of his reporter people he knew was there, that she was seen. The Adult Protective Services person was seen, brought the card up, and the sheriff let her up there. So again, and of course people are saying, she shouldn't have been allowed to cross the crime. There was no crime tape or anything anyway. But I mean,
right? She was a missing person, and we see that all the time with when they think there's missing people. Right? There's not a crime scene.
Yes. Yeah. So, but anyway, that there's been an explanation for that, and so yeah, there's just. And, the other thing that was just really wild that I just picked up on, these AI videos had been out for maybe a week or two, but my algorithm hit me on two of them, and I'd never seen them before. But there are these AI videos where, it's not even a real person. It may be a take from someone's voice, but, it's an AI voice. It's just mimicking. And there's a story scenario that they've put together. And so they've got the chat GBT or whatever it is to concoct a story. And I mean, it's just amazing. And the story is close enough that if you're not familiar with the case, you'll walk away thinking you're getting accurate information, but they're like major errors. And these things went viral. I mean, they had, I bet they already have close to 1 million views on them.
They're trying to get rid of that stuff. They're cracking down on it because there's a lot of things that they do like that. And on Facebook too, they also put, if you look at, it's not a credible publication, but they put out all kinds of facts on a case that are not facts, non-facts. And Facebook is terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this, I should send you the links in the email to that, just if you hadn't seen them yet. But it's really wild how close it follows, but then it makes like major errors and says some really weird stuff, like they used in this one, the one that I'm thinking of, and it probably does have close to 1 million views, if not already. And it's only been out less than 2 weeks, where they were using the other footage from the guy that had the 2 backpacks that were, it was ring footage that was shown early on.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy was near the dumpster and went to the gate, and they were saying that they integrated that into the story and said the guy was purposely walking backwards or with his back to the camera. And that was, and they said that, and the error was in the script was that person had been seen a week or two or so many days beforehand, when that was actually taken the same night, with the timeline so close together that it could be very unlikely that it could be the same group of people, just because of the timestamps on that ring footage. But they had changed the story enough to where it looked like those things were connected. And then the other thing that that sounds weird to me is but I've heard this story get out there, and I'm wondering how that's been fact checked, but it just shows how rumors go. And this was the thing with Tomaso, and that was in that AI video I'm talking about right now. They said that they alleged that Tomaso had given his power of attorney.
Oh yeah, we found out what that was about. That was about a mortgage that they got on the house they just bought, and they both had to do that, signing their mortgage. It had nothing to do with Nancy, but the internet went wild with that.
But was it something? To? Because I don't know any detail about it. But was it something like that he signed over his rights gave his wife Annie power of attorney over all his assets or something?
No. We had somebody come here and explain this, and then she sent me the documents.
Yeah.
They had to do it. Apparently, they both had to do it on their mortgage, so that like if one of them would die, the other one would be able just to assume the mortgage and everything. It had to do with the purchase of their house. It had nothing to do with Nancy or her assets or anything.
It's a legal document that's part of the process of buying the place.
Of their mortgage, yep. They even sent me the document. We brought it up. It's,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, see that, I'm glad you know, and I didn't know that, but that's what I was hearing.
Oh, they were going wild with that. They said, he's her power of attorney, and he can go out and get everything, and Mm-hmm.
In this case, they were saying he was signing everything over to her, and just so you know the narrative on this one with the AI thing, so that then he could commit these crimes, and then if he got caught, Annie would still get everything. So it was
it was crazy. I've heard so many
like
things. They said
criminal.
he had gambling debt, that he, and I'm like, does anybody, where is this?
Whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So
it's just so wild, the amount of wild conjecture there is with that, And then I got to admit, at the beginning of the case, that D.E. band member guy, where they had the sort of the close-ups in the little lip possible scar in the patio footage with the criminal and the face mask, and then that matching up with the D.E. band member guy, that seemed like there was something in. But then I thought about that, and then they had pictures of him much later in life, because that was when he was much younger.
Yeah.
But then the other thing that didn't match up with me after seeing him was all throughout this period, he just never had heavy facial whisker hair. So a lot of people, they just don't grow in a thick enough mustache or beard or whatever, and he always had that sparsely growth on his face. And if you look at the perpetrator, that's a much thicker whiskers, beard. It's all much closer and darker together. So, but it really threw me for a loop to begin with. Just that the scar on the lips, and then the eyebrows, and then you would see other people get matched up too. And then it's now I see a lot of people could fit that profile. And then you see how many Latin American, Mexican American men have that style beard too. Mm-hmm. So so it's not that uncommon, I guess. So it may be harder to match that up it is harder to match up than what I thought it would be in the beginning, but I just don't see that DE guy being likely part of it, because of the facial hair thing. That's just the way I eliminated him out of it. So, but again, that would be a story that would match up with Tomaso, because there is sort of this kind of a dark aspect to their band.
Yeah, and also to the wife's poetry, and she is a self-proclaimed witch, so I think that's that's creepy for a lot of people, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to the dark side, and that's creepy.
Yeah. I would like to know what the witch aspect of it is or something, because I've heard it, but I don't know what that is. But the one thing that I would be curious about is what exactly the witch thing would be, because there's so many. There's sort of a satanic thing, or there's a Wiccan kind of nature thing.
Popular, is it this writing that's almost like I guess they said it's like prophetic or like a medium, and but she doesn't put herself a medium.
You mean automatic writing or something?
She can. Was it like predict the future or something? Like I went into it one night about it. It was weird. It was weird. It's like that she's the prophet almost, or something like that. It's strange. Yeah. Yeah.
And you got coincidences like that, and with Savannah's book story with the kidnapping and stuff.
Yeah.
I will say though, out in Arizona, that, and the gym shows there in Tucson, there are a lot of woo-woo people that live out there. I mean, there's a lot of woo people. So Tucson is going to be, packed full of them. And then if you go up to Sedona, I mean, you got the ET aliens coming around all of the place up there. I mean, it's a very non-traditional spiritual area. You know what I mean? So that you're going to have just all kinds of people with strange beliefs living up in that regions, and then you've got also the Native American traditions too, with sort of their, Night Stalker, what do they call them? Just a lot of, there's witchcraft stuff story with the Native American lore and things like that too. Skinwalkers, that's what I was trying to, with the Navajo and, stuff like that. So, there could be a lot of weird stuff going on with that. But
why did they, that guy Carlos, right? They did that. They got him. That was supposedly some tip or something that he was in the area. But then, what about those other two? Why did they? Well, see,
now that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up because I've had sort of a blank spot on that tonight, and that's very important. They haven't. The FBI, I happened to be there the night when they had the live video, and so I was watching it when the FBI came over and found that car at the Culver's or whatever that place is.
Culver's, yeah.
And the FBI was the one handling the car. The sheriff's department was just keeping the spectators away. So that was the possession of the FBI investigation. And they put the evidence seals on it and everything, and that's still, from what I've heard, it's still in evidence. That car, at least, I wish there was some gumshoe guy. I mean, the detective people, there's got to be somebody with inside sources up there that could for sure find out whether that car is still in evidence. There's video on of that car before they covered up the license plate that's still out there, so anybody could find out who that car, and I think they have anyway, who the car belonged to or it was sold to.
Well, he supposedly just bought that, and then his Charger, which is weird, was in his driveway. Usually they don't give you the insurance money until they grab that car, right? It's weird that it was in his driveway.
Yeah, they were saying it was waited to be picked up by State Farm a few days later.
Yeah, that's
supposedly
strange, though. Insurance companies usually, I mean, in New York, they have your car before they give you the check.
Yeah. I don't know anything about the transactions with that, but I do find it interesting that, because there hasn't been a whole lot of police activity or more SWATs or anything like that on that. Maybe they're just casing these people and they think they maybe have them. They're branching out to find the other connected people that they think could be connected. That's possible, because I think that car is still in evidence, and those people that are connected with that car have criminal histories and they live in the area there. So, there still could be something related to that. I don't think that's been followed up enough with the slew. Everybody seemed to stop talking about them. I'm not sure why, because the sheriff never came out and cleared them of anything. The delivery guy that's down in
Carlos.
Rico, wherever that.
Yeah, Carlos.
Carlos, that town down there. I don't think he's involved. Just the way that he reacted and everything, and he noticed he was being followed. I was really able to watch a lot of this stuff in real time, so I heard him come out and talk to the press and everything in real time, and he was saying that he pulled over. He noticed he was being followed by whoever. It must have been a marked police car that was following him around, and so he pulled over himself. And it got out, and the guy that was following him So he confronted him and asked him, why he was being followed. Was there some issue? And then that's when they decided to reveal, I guess, to move on the warrant at the house and hold him there in the car, but they never put him under arrest or anything. He was handcuffed, but that's not unusual he could have asked if he doesn't, sounds like a pretty, like most people who've never been arrested before or anything. If they don't have you under arrest and you're in a secure situation, you could ask to be unhandcuffed. But, so he was perturbed because he had the handcuffs behind him all that time. But he said it in the very beginning that they didn't even talk to him. They just took his phone and took evidence out of his car. And it was over at the house where everybody was questioned, so they were, I guess, trying to get the other people's story while they were searching or something. And if you believe his story in the beginning, they weren't asking him anything. They still have his phone, and the warrant is sealed, so his attorney can't find out why what the evidence, what the thing is, because maybe there weren't. Well, the attorney's going to dispute whether they had enough real probable cause to get the warrant, but in cases like this, where the guy did have that facial match and he's a delivery guy in the area and he probably delivered in that area that's probably enough cause with the judge to at least have him followed. Remember, he was just being followed. He had not been hit yet. You know what I mean? He knew something was up.
Right,
with
but
the
then they
police
broke down the door of the house
Right.
Yeah.
So everything was in motion with him already, but he sort of instigated he triggered it. You know what I mean? He triggered everything happening when he pulled over. Because they had to move in or something, whatever the decisions were made. Because he pulled over before they came to the house with the warrant and all that stuff, so, because he fit the description and they didn't know anything about him, they're going to go in hard on the house, right? Just in case. That makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't think the police really did anything abusive or crazy there. They should have to reimburse them for, the damages and stuff like that. That should be pretty typical. And they're going to hold his phone for evidence, again, maybe until this case gets, resolved further, because it's going to be part of the defense thing and everything too. That's where I think people don't understand, you could still be completely innocent of stuff. I happen to know something personal about the case that I know about where somebody was completely innocent and stuff was held in evidence for a long time and not returned to them, even though they had nothing to do with the case, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
so that does happen, and that's not, that's no one's fault. It's just the way the kind of the system works. It doesn't mean it points a finger at the person. So,
no matter what way you look at it, though, and I think that's what's so unnerving, like there's not a motive that would even, no robbery, there's no kidnapping. You say if it's the family, what are they going to get? They have other ways to get money. It doesn't make sense.
Again, but it could just be the thing goes bad. See, that's where you gotta just. Here's a lady that apparently has hearing aids and can't hear at all without them. So she's got them out of her ears, and she can't hear in bed, and she's taken from her bed, according to Savannah. So there's somebody that was nabbed right out of her bed, it sounds like, and may have just been, totally shocked. And maybe the criminals were totally shocked too, or something, that this, if it wasn't targeted, they came upon her, or something happened, right? And whether it was planned or unplanned, to where they had to remove her body, and it was a different type of crime that then forced them to commit a crime. Well,
you would
the
just
body,
think
the
you
body
would
has the
grab
evidence.
something if they were really there to rob something. Even if they had to take her with them, you think they would have grabbed something because it's 41 minutes.
Yeah, well, exactly. There's, but like they use this, like remember there was they use an example of a criminal that went into somebody's. I mean, this is how you get these crazed crimes, people. It doesn't have to make logical sense. Like there was this criminal that went in the house. He was a burglary guy or something like that, in house invasion. And he went and committed the crimes or did whatever, and then he went and got stuff out of the refrigerator and he ate there.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah. That was
yeah.
wasn't that which was that the not the Knights? Oh gosh, I think I read that book. Was it the
And
Night
so
Golden
people
State
were-
Killer?
I don't, but there's stuff like that happens probably
Yeah.
all the time. I mean, I bet, because you got drug crazed people. Also, the theorizing was maybe he had to talk to her about stuff or something. Maybe he was trying to erase stuff off or do stuff with their passwords or whatever. Maybe there had to be some engagement with her, and then that went bad, at some point. I mean, I don't know. The 41 minutes doesn't surprise. I mean, obviously, it's not a pro hit for a pro burglary. We're just going in, getting the stuff, and going out, right? Something went wrong. So when you have something go wrong, then you're going to have a delay of some type, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what that could have been. I do think, it's just what's in that backpack. Is it a body bag or were those bags to carry loot out? If it's a body bag, well, then you got the targeted hit, and that's the reason why she's gone, because you don't have a murder until the body's found, right? Or until whatever the time limitation
wait. So
is.
why did they take? Okay, what about this thing that? Wouldn't it be the easiest way to take her out through the garage?
I don't see any. I've done a lot of nature walking at night, late at night, and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I mean, and I live in an area where there's a lot of coyotes and foxes and deer and raccoons and skunks, and I see them all the time and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, if you're comfortable out in the night or something, and knowing how dark that is there, and they have that foliage, all that cacti up in front of her house, you don't have a direct line of sight there, and that's not a busy street.
Yeah,
so,
but if you saw the live stream they do, right? They have there's a road almost perpendicular to her house, because I've seen people film on it, and it looks right into the house. Plus, if they had to go on the road, she doesn't live far off the road, not like some of those houses, because you can clearly see like her front door and stuff. So
yeah,
I just think
it's got the circular. Here's the thing. It's got the circular, it's got the U-turn entryway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you pull the car in at one end,
right.
You pull it up right there at the edge. You get her to, she might have been walking then or carrying it then. So it's just real quick to get her. It makes sense with the blood spatter to me, having it heavy at the door, because they're either looking if the coast is clear, if they're by themselves, or there's some aspect of her getting out of the doorway. That's not unusual to have to pause at a doorway with somebody in her situation, dead or alive. So you'd have more blood there. Then it trails off as you quickly move her over to the car. And see, the car pulls in one way. You don't have to turn it around or anything. You just come right back out the other. And when you're at the top of the loop there, that foliage is blocking that area there. They have to go way off to the side of the loop, to get the look back into the house. And if you're doing that at 2-something in the morning and there's nobody hardly ever driving through that neighborhood, and you're just doing that in a 1 minute or less time frame to do that, whether she's dead or alive, isn't going to take that much time. I mean,
why'd they
right?
take Nancy?
I mean,
they took Nancy's
one way or
car
another.
in.
Pardon me?
They were looking for a car that looked like Nancy's car at the Circle K and all of that early on, but they didn't come to get Nancy's car until after they released the crime scene, right? Then they made it a crime scene again, and then they got her car.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's like the bumbling. I mean, don't forget, those detectives, on average, are under 3 years experience. and they don't have that many murder cases there. There really are.
Right.
I mean, like there's this detective guy up in New York, and they have thousands of murders every year, and they're only having like 15 or 16 there in that whole county area, you know,
Right.
year. So, and these guys are all, and that sheriff is he's pathetic as far as what I can investigate on him, what Brian, exposed, and then the union leader. I mean, if you listen to the interviews with him about the sheriff, he got one vote of confidence out of 100 out of 300 and some, almost 400 votes. He got one vote of confidence, and all 399 other people said no confidence in the sheriff. People that could vote in the union. And then he joked. He said the one guy that voted for him just was mixed up on how to vote. So it was like, I mean, but the guys, he shifts people off. The experienced people get moved to other departments that they're not experienced in. And so anyway, the detectives, the murder department and the detectives in that were depleted, and they're not that experienced. So is that a bumbling case? I think it's obvious that they bumbled it all over the place, but just from the outside of the exterior of the thing with the crime scene, maintenance and all of that. So, I mean, that's why I just think it's going to be they better have however they catch him, it better be some other hard evidence inside the house where it can't be from outside, where all these people, because they're going to have all this OJ conspiracy type stuff come in, planning evidence, and it could have been this person, that, all, everything.
The defense is definitely going to have all that because of what they did there, that all the people that were around, the glove, oh boy. Yeah. Definitely.
So but I do think that the FBI, the FBI sealing that Range Rover and all that, there still could be things going on with that. And if you looked at the eyebrow matchups, the overlays with those photos, those are very exacting.
But okay, let's take that. What would they
and the eyes?
What would their motive be?
Pardon me?
What would his motive be? That guy.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know his criminal. He has a criminal history.
Yeah, and wouldn't his DNA be in CODIS too?
Oh, but not necessarily. Depend on the crime, right, and the date.
I think he has felonies.
When those crimes were committed.
Pardon
me?
I think he has a couple of felonies.
Maybe they're waiting to get some DNA on him because he has an attorney, and attorneys told him. I mean, once he got that attorney, he said, "You don't talk to them at all. You're out. You say nothing. We're going to make this statement." So, but. Maybe these people, they're waiting to get DNA on them because they've got attorneys and they can't legally get the DNA or something. Those may not have been in the warrants. Don't forget, all that warrant stuff is sealed. Nobody knows what they were allowed to take. And you have to be fairly defined on what it is you're getting in a search warrant. So if they didn't have, they have to have some reason to take their DNA. They probably didn't, but maybe they think they did it. So, because we just don't know whether they have their DNA. But maybe that's what I'm theorizing. Maybe they think they have some role in this crime, but they didn't have it in the search warrant to get their DNA. And so they're maybe we're just waiting to get it like they do, they take their trash or, stuff like that, to get the DNA from these people, from all those suspects. Because, these guys with the Range Rover stuff, they were all had kind of criminal histories. One of them, that Kayla girl that was married to a guy who apparently has done, what do they call it? Coyote work with taking people across the border, illegals, illegal alien trafficking. This guy had some connection in his past with that. With trafficking, human trafficking, coyote war, something. He has a criminal history with that guy, who's married to the Kayla person, or they say was married or has a relationship or something. I don't know, whether.
I didn't hear that one, but Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
supposedly they're in a relationship and they got pictures of them together, right? And then they have some connection, I guess, through the Range Rover sale or something to the other guy, where the eyebrows and the eyes
yeah,
really do match
but
up.
he's the guy that's in Dubai, right? The guy that's in
Well,
Dubai is the only guy that I thought, well, wow, that really looks like the guy, but he hasn't been in the United States since 2018 or something. He says
well, who was the? Yeah, see, I don't,
Zach.
I do not, I do not know that detail. Oh, I've heard that. I mean, I've heard that there's some guy in Jordan or some other Middle Eastern country that said he hasn't been around.
Jordan. Yeah, Jordan. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It was. I think Jordan hadn't been around, so that guy supposedly could be eliminated, obviously, with a alibi
Right.
that way. But I don't know if that matches. If that picture certainly matches with that guy in Jordan or not. I don't know. Because it has to be. I thought that had something to do with the owner.
Yeah,
of
they
the,
said that he
of the
owned
Range
MG
Rover.
Motors and he sold
Yeah.
Luke
Yeah.
the Range
Yeah.
Rover, but then he says that's not true. He wasn't here. He didn't sell that car. And then there's even something. Somebody went on their Instagram page of MG Motors and they said that Range Rover that he bought, and then they said that's not even the same car. So yeah, the
Well,
internet goes
I don't know.
wild with anything.
I know. But here's the thing. The FBI sealed it, and I saw them put the seals on the car.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if that hasn't been returned, there's got to be some connection, right? I mean, they didn't just pick somebody wild out of nowhere. I mean, that was a coordinated. I remember hearing the stuff on the radio with the police scanner. They were talking about the person going out to eat or something, or they had a ping on him,
Right.
and they were doing that hit at the same. They were doing the SWAT at the house with the mother and the son, and the Range Rover. That was coordinated. Whether they are tied together directly, I don't know for sure. But that was a coordinated SWAT. In other words, they were wanting to do them in the same time frame for whatever reason. And supposedly I thought that guy was connected back to the house and he was going out to get some food for them or something.
Yeah, he was. That is the mother and the son, and Kayla was in jail for a parole violation or something, wasn't it? Or she missed court or something like that. I don't know what that.
Yeah. She's right. She's somebody that's in the right. And then they were trying to tie her back as a relative to.
Oh yeah, Nancy Guthrie. They said no.
But that doesn't pan out. But but there was still anyway. The point is that, and then the guy with the FBI there or whoever it was connected to the car. A suspect or somebody when they swatted that car, whatever it was, that person was hiding himself or keeping out of sight from the photography people. So I don't know if anybody ever got a clear shot of who that was arrested or held, or I don't know. I guess if he was arrested, we would all know that somebody was arrested
You mean
with
in
the
the
car.
Culvers?
So in the Range Rover.
Yeah,
and
that's
they took the
supposed
Range
to
Rover?
be. From my understanding, is that supposed to be that Luke, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know who was driving the car that night or anything.
I believe that's the mother and son, and they had either a long-term. That it was so crazy because when they gave the address to the first house that they did, I found out. I'm like, oh my gosh, the person that they're saying this person is in the DA's office. And then people went wild with that, and the sheriff or Pima County said, the person in the DA's office has nothing to do with this. Then they said, I think it's a different address. It was so crazy that night. And then, it's an Airbnb. We don't know if they own, how long they're there. Then there were kids they're interviewing. Oh, that was a strange house. They never have their lights on. I just heard so much stuff. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. apparently the neighbor knew the lady well enough to let her stay at his house overnight while they searched it or something. So, but but yeah, it is sort of weird just how everybody's. I don't know why there wasn't like a more thorough follow up with that part of the case, with what's going on with that. Because I mean, I still think if the FBI sealed it and took it, and they still have it, then there's got to be some role for the case for that. And maybe some of these people are still suspects, whoever the people were associated with it, and maybe they're waiting to get DNA on them too at some point, because they didn't have that in the search warrants. See, people, I guess that's where you need more gumshoe people that check records and all that, or that could do it. But like if the Carlos guy down in Rico's thing is sealed, you can be sure the warrant that still has the car, the Range Rover, is sealed. You can't find out what's said in that warrant. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So until they unseal it, and
Right, yeah.
and that isn't going to happen until the case goes further down the road. So those people can't be eliminated somehow, because why were they targeted to begin with? And the police, the sheriff hasn't said they've been cleared at all. Nobody's said they're cleared of anything, right? I mean,
He said, well, they
nothing.
said they were detained, they were not arrested, and they were
Yeah, but
interviewed and let
that's
go.
not unusual. I mean, they could be
Yeah.
If you don't have the evidence right there, they thought they were going to get it. Obviously, they thought they had a hard hit with all the people that went in there. That's for sure. But so that does, if they were that possible certainty, they haven't necessarily eliminated it. They just didn't get what they needed, but they could still be high on the list. And it could be just, we're letting them go too, to see where all the connections go. You know what I mean? It's like maybe they have way more of the puzzle than we have, and they're just a few missing pieces that, that are there, that they just waiting, and they're going to manipulate the media and the press or whatever for those purposes too, to get them to move. Because that is how they catch a lot of these people, that they think they're home free, or that, they're not a suspect anymore, or, you know what I mean?
But yeah,
So
but look at the people that do something like, okay, and they go and they volunteer on the search, and they go around because they feel like if I do that, they'll never suspect me, because, if I'm helping, why? We haven't seen anyone they haven't really had searches, but we haven't seen anyone that's really like inserted themselves in the case from there that is like that. Just I know, because I can think of several cases, and even one I have an interview I just did, and I showed recently with that kid that killed that law student. He was a law student too, and he was inserting himself all over on the news talking about her, and then they go, I think the police found a torso over there, and then he just about fainted, and he had such a reaction. That's why the police questioned him, and he was the one that killed her. So, and it's crazy. And then when they're interrogating him, he doesn't say a word. He's not this, and they're like, come on, you were so talkative on the news and everything. Like, what's going on? But we're not seeing anybody really crazy go. And now today it would be easier and easier, right? They'd go on any of the press over the street and, I'm looking for Nancy, and, besides the guy they got the other night. But, yeah.
Yeah, the longer this goes without some sort of media, aspect with the criminal or something, toying with the media or toying with the situation, the more it seems more of an obscure crime to me. Maybe more accidental, unexpected, or a very targeted thing that was just meant to eliminate this person for whatever reason. And you're never going to find out why. Maybe it's just that it was a targeted crime of a hit for some reason. It could be, again, that I couldn't put it past it because of Savannah's and her mother's history, the media attention with her, and all that. That could be a possibility if somebody out for revenge or retribution or something like that, political, whatever. It could be kind of really crazy out there like that, or just, to me, more of a crime gone bad somehow, too. Like they had to take the body, and it wasn't that great of a criminal or more obscure enough that they're not easily going to be caught or something. It could still be the SA thing too. I mean, do sexual assault people, a lot of people that are sort of, I don't know, with the elderly attacks, but she would be obviously very vulnerable to that type of attack. Do people that commit those type of crimes, will they case the person before stalking? It seems to be where there's a lot of sexual crime victims that there is some casing or stalking sometimes involved.
Well, they would have to. How would they know who lives there? How do they know she doesn't have guard dogs? And how do they know she doesn't have a husband and kids, older kids there?
Well, that's what I mean. If somebody was casing it as a sexual assault, because she is vulnerable, she would have been known to this
Which
person.
I don't understand either. Why she didn't have a life alert? Why she didn't have like a live-in housekeeper, somebody to be there with her, even a caretaker? Because isn't there like a somebody that lived on there? I think there's like a little house in the back, right? Isn't there a little guest house
they
or
got
something?
the guest house.
Yeah,
they have a little guest area.
You think she would have a caretaker that
Uh-huh.
lives there, or somebody to make her feel, secure, even a security. I don't even understand. I really don't get that.
Yeah.
That I don't get.
Yeah. No, all of that, I guess I don't know how many cameras were around the house, but I guess they thought the cameras were enough, and her mother being independent. And then I'm assuming the mother, Nancy, knew how to use the cameras because of the nature story. I'm guessing maybe in a way, maybe that was a dual purpose of the camp. Maybe they were thinking the cameras were, I don't know, maybe the cameras were there more just for the nature stuff, and they're very innocent about possible or being a vulnerable crime victim, because she's didn't have issues in the past, and it seems to be a safe neighborhood. I don't know, but whatever it is, they had a lot of some cameras at her place. I don't know how many. Do you know how? It sounds like there were at
They
least
said that
3.
she had a system. Yeah, they said she had a system, but then they kept saying that the cameras were destroyed. This other guy said someone said they were smashed, but still they should have had some footage. Now that makes sense that they might have been smashed well before the time.
I even heard there were cameras inside her house at some point. But I've heard there's something on the roof and then something in the back. So they
never said much about that roof camera. They went and got it, but they never said anything about that either. And that I don't think that was a Nest camera. I don't know what. I think they're purposely not saying anything if they couldn't get anything off them, because they want whoever to think that they might have gotten something. I don't know, in case they have to interview anybody and say, they can use deception and say, hey, look, we have a lot of pictures of you. You don't know that,
Yeah, I do think, though, that even the one thing that I do think that the body language of the perpetrator that came up on the patio and stuff, I think there is some aspects to his physicality and his movements and stuff that make him more unique than other people typically. There's some unique characteristics about it. It's not so generic that I think if somebody knew who this person was in real life, sees them around enough, that they could get a match, on this guy, because kind of the way he walked, maneuvered, and then his features and stuff. So if there's, somebody might know who he is, so why?
Yeah. But unless he really was hired, I keep thinking he was hired and he's back in Mexico.
Well, that could be, that's a really good, that's what I think he could be like. If this is a planned thing, a planned hit and all that, in the way the dark web and all this stuff works now, and you got Mexico nearby, yeah, you could just have some goofball hit criminal who's crazy enough to do something and experience enough or something to carry it out, and you don't have any connection to this person whatsoever. So it's no way to tie it back to you. In other words, you can make a payment to that person, and that person doesn't even know who you are. You know, it's just like if you could hire those two teenage kids that don't even know each other, and they're going to go commit crypto theft in a violent burglary type thing. I mean, there's just a lot of crazies around that'll commit these crimes. So that's what I mean. It could be just some really wild, crazy person with some crazy ideas, you know, that could do it.
You just think, why though? Like, why? It just doesn't make sense. You know, just that's the thing of it. If there was something taken, if there was then you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, then it was something, but it's not. Yeah, and then I think just the whole thing of calling it a kidnapping, and they call it kidnapping because she was abducted, and then that just automatically goes to kidnapping. But then someone capitalized with the stupid ransom notes, and that just turned it into a circus, because I don't believe any of that. Okay, yeah, they're going to send it to Harvey over there at TMZ, and and for all intents and purposes, what if the people at TMZ did this? You know, like this notes just to have some publicity. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past them, but I mean, it could be anybody. Those notes, I never put any stock in those, because the family never paid the ransom, and they would tell them, look, these are bogus.
And the people that know about ransom or whatever, they all kind of discount that, because that's such an afterthought, and there's so many crazies online that are literally, there's probably dozens, if not hundreds, of ransom notes to the Guthries that you've never even heard about, that are already out there, that had nothing to do with TMZ. They're just crazy people that are trying to collect money, and they're just crazies, so I don't think that the ransom thing, you would have had left a note there, right, or some way for them to get it right away, to know, and then have a way of proof of life, right? Because that's a real ransom. I mean, if you're really trying to get the ransom money, you're going to craft enough knowledge, or know that you're going to have to return her somehow, and I mean, if something went bad, there's a way to collect $1 million anonymously just to get the body. So if the perpetrator is really out for the money, they could maybe still get the $1 million maybe anonymously because supposedly there's a way to get paid if you just even can tell where the body is, if you still can remain anonymous. I don't know that that's really true or not, but anyway, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the ransom thing is just all hokey, and the media jumped on it, and TMZ has it as a big money maker. I don't think there's a ransom involved, at all. That's just a red herring, or a way for the TMZ guy to make money and all of that, or it's a crime, that went bad right away, some type. Or you get the crazy targeted thing, or go back to the FBI Range Rover car, possibly with the sealed warrants, and those are still suspects, and they're just waiting for things to play out, the evidence to come in. Or somebody ought to do more research on those people, I think, why were they dropped? I don't know. It just doesn't seem like there was much more said about them, focusing, like there's still all this focus still on Tomaso and Annie, but it seems like the other people kind of really have dropped off the radar to some extent, at least just for me.
Because I think people were thinking, like, what would be the motive there? Like, because they didn't kidnap her. She wasn't found in either of their homes.
Well, you got their criminal histories, right?
Yeah,
and then they live in the area. and so if it could be something to do with Mexico, like you have the guy with the coyote, transporting people, he has some kind of criminal history with that, transporting illegals. So some sort of crime background that way. So I guess you could have the abduction thing there. The Kayla, I don't know, she has some kind of criminal history herself too with the drugs and
Yeah, I think so.
and then they
it
had
was
to
a
have
Walmart
some
parking lot. They had a drug deal. Remember, they both went down and they had a gun in the car and drug paraphernalia and all that.
Yeah, and then there's the person that so there may be a person in Jordan, but wasn't what is that the person for sure that looks like them? Because there are two faces, that look similar. That are
I mean, I actually thought the guy that's in Jordan, and I don't usually go like, there's some people you put any face, I could put anything. Ronald McDonald, oh my gosh, I think that's him, right? If they'll say it about anything, but the one guy that was in Jordan, I really thought, I'm like, this guy really looks like that guy because the eyes looked really big and like, I don't know, it just really looked like the guy. And then he's like, I haven't been here since 2019. I didn't go around saying I thought that was him. I just said, I didn't even mention his name. I just said, this one guy, it kind of looks like him. And I don't usually say that. I think he looked more like him than this Luke guy. But a lot of people thought, oh, Luke looks like that guy so much. And they started doing all these things with the mask. But I think people can once you start manipulating stuff like that, you don't know what anybody's doing. So they can make somebody look like something. Do it all the time. Shadows,
well, One thing that they're saying with the Range Rover, though, that the electronics in that car and things like that there is, with the fencing, the ping fencing, or the radio technology, that some of that's built into those Range Rovers too. So maybe there's something about that car in those time frames that put it in closer into the area, to the house too. So I don't know. The fact that they live in the area also could be a reason why the car gets entrapped into that electronic data too. I mean, if you just live 2 miles
there's
away.
Something, they were involved in drugs, right? And small time drugs, like they weren't, cartel or anything, But just, that doesn't mean they're murderers or they're going to take some lady and murder her, you know what I mean? It's a big difference.
But that's just where the crime goes bad. So are these people potential hit people? Are these people potential the type of criminal that would actually just carry out a murder? Is that a possibility? Is it a possibility that they might burglarize, maybe for her pain medicine, or she's an easy target, or whatever, they have history like that? Or could they have been there for some other reason? I guess not, if it's not sexual assault. That seems to be about the only three things I can come up with: the sexual assault, the targeted hit, or the robbery gone bad. And do they fit into any of those categories? And you just have the thing go bad with the lady. Something happened.
Yeah, the essay with those kids, I don't think he's going to go do that. He has a girlfriend. I don't think he's into 84-year-old women. I just don't think so. But I don't think he's going over there to get something. So that I don't agree with. And then the robbery gone wrong. They're gonna rob this lady. And then something's gonna go wrong, and then they're gonna take her body. It sounds like a bad movie, right? I don't see that. I think they would, they would just leave the body. If it really was a robbery and it was a random person, I think they would just leave the body, or not to be really, or do something to like a lot of people set fires and stuff, right? And get the heck out of there. Well, I don't think they're going to take the body. That's a lot, because then they got that DNA in their car, and I think something goes back to that backpack. I mean, either that's a body bag or that's a loot bag.
So to me, those are two reasons why you maybe take her. If you got if something went bad with the robbery, and because that would be one reason to have that backpack filled smooth the way it is. You have your loot bags, and then something went bad, and either she recognized you because you've cased it and she knew who you are, or you got DNA on her or something, and this person panics, and for whatever reason, they decide they have to take her and kill her so they don't get caught, or something happens to her in the struggle, whatever, and he's locked in from the robbery aspect. Or this guy was, the hit guy, and he's got his body bag or whatever stuff right there to take care of her. This is like some kind of a hit job thing or something. So, to me, that what else would that guy have that backpack and stuff like that for?
See, I think the more it's
what else
like
are you
tarp.
doing?
I think they were, like tarps and things, and that's why I was thinking, whatever car they had. And if they had pulled that car into the garage, they could have tarped that car, got her in there, and then pulled out without any worries. You know what I mean? They could have tarped the whole back of that car wherever they put her, if it was a trunk or it was whatever it was. And had nobody watching them.
Yeah, it's possible. I just think from kind of the logical point of view, I look at it is that this is a sort of a crime that was cased, and the guy thought he was disabling the cameras. What he needed to do, he had no idea that destroying a camera might still leave some footage in a cache, that they could recover days later. That would not be common knowledge to anybody would ever think of that. So they goofed up that way, but they were smart enough to dress up for the crime that they were going to commit to not, be caught, right, with their DNA or whatever. Mm-hmm. Obviously, as somebody smart enough that knows about probably fingerprints and DNA on some level, certainly at least the fingerprints, and it, is
but
well bundled up. But they said
everybody's DNA was supposed to be in that house. So that's another thing that doesn't make any sense, because if they didn't leave any DNA, what could have gone so horribly wrong that they had to take her with them? Because they left their DNA in her body?
The sexual assault, easy, or she scratched them, they got into a struggle.
But if it was an SA and they didn't want to leave her, they knew they would have to take her anyway, so that wasn't gone wrong. But I just don't think they're there to SA. I mean,
well, if they're not, then what's in that backpack to me is either robbery that went bad, which to me that easily could be it. I mean, to me, something went bad right away with the thing that they thought was going to go okay, and that she got DNA evidence on them, on her whatever from them, or she recognized them or something. That could be the reason. You got to have a reason for the backpack and stuff.
I think whoever it was, I think whoever it was knew Nancy had to go with them. I think it was intended. They had to get rid of her.
Yeah. In that case, right. Then you got sort of a bungling hit job guy because he doesn't. It's professional, but it's not like super professional. It's not like CIA level or some kind of I don't know, like cartel.
But what
they
if
say
the
cartel
blood was
is
planted?
way too pro.
What if it was more professional than we think? What if it was the blood was planted? The guy was bumbling at the door on purpose to make people think, "Oh, this is a real amateur. Look at him." Wouldn't that be the perfect crime? If somebody was, let's say a rocket scientist, and he's thinking like, "Okay, I'm going to have this." They're going to think it's this guy, and he's bumbling around there, and he's, but not knowing.
Well, the only reason why I just discount that line of thinking is this person never thought they were going to be on camera. That's what I think. It's
Or
totally
wanted you to think that
not,
they didn't think that.
No. That's where I would disagree, because again, this is my reasoning on that, is that they thought they were destroying the camera and the footage and everything. There was no way that they could be identified through the camera stuff. And then that's, people say that he waited there to see if the police were called or see if lights came on or whatever, see if he was detected on the thing. In other words, it was being cased
Well, how about
professionally
he
that
just
way.
didn't want them to see him on the way out?
So
that he didn't take her out through the
mean,
front, or
is
his
the
car
guy-
to come apart.
Is the guy techie? This is where it's so improbable. This, just to finish my line of thinking.
Okay.
The guy, even I wouldn't be that techie savvy, and I'm pretty techie with computers and video and stuff like that. I would, if I had bought the Ring cameras or whatever, mess with them, I would have, and I wasn't paying the subscription or whatever. I mean, I just never would have thought that I'd be left on camera if I'm taking them to destroy them or whatever, that there wouldn't be this traceability factor. So I would be certain that I'm not on camera. So there would be no reason to make a fake crime that way. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to be on camera anyway. I know I've destroyed the camera.
But that's not what I'm saying. Look,
Yeah.
if he takes the camera, right, let's just say it is more sophisticated than we think, okay? And this guy is supposed to go up there. Okay, well now, if he leaves the camera, okay, because you say he's been seen, but then you're going to see if he goes out the front with Nancy. Okay, so he can't have you see that if he's planning something else. He wants you to think he went out the front with Nancy. Let's just go along that line. So he can't leave the camera there if he's not going out the front with Nancy, because then you're going to say he didn't go out the front with Nancy. So he's got to take that camera there. He wants you to see him, maybe to know that he's not somebody else. Maybe like whoever, let's just say somebody hired him that is somebody that knows her well. Maybe he wants this guy's face. You got to get your face on that camera before you take it out, buddy, because they have to think you're the guy, not me. Okay? So I think that could be intentional that he did that. But he had to get it off because they couldn't see what ultimately happens. I don't know. That's what I don't know. I don't see how what they did could benefit any random person. Okay? The only thing I can see is it's coming from someone that knew her in some capacity and wanted her gone for some reason. Because I just... Or...
Well, yeah,
said it's a stalker of Savannah's,
but
I just don't think a stalker of Savannah's would take her mother like that. And see, it's very strange, because when sometimes people stalk people or they think they fell in love with them on TV or whatever, they almost feel an affinity. They would almost feel an affinity for the mother. If they, let's just say they were infatuated with Savannah, right? I don't think they would want to hurt her mother. I think they would almost be like she was like a trophy or something. I just don't think they would do something like that. And if they were somebody that hated Savannah and wanted to cause her like grief, I honestly don't even think if they really wanted to hurt her that they would go after her mother. I think they would go after somebody closer.
But no, I think that could be, but just because she's in the news recently, that's where I'm, if that hadn't happened in November with her mother and on the national television, and stalking up Tucson and all that, that could bring back all the memories. Maybe this person lives in the Tucson area and knew of the mother or Savannah or something from their past, had some dealings with her or whatever. And for whatever reason, could hate her politically or some kind of vengeance thing. I do think the affection thing or the infatuation, like you say, that doesn't make any sense that they would then want to harm the mother. But if it's something in the past where they really are jealous or vengeful or something about, you know, some aspect from that, and it could play in because they make this click, they click in the connection to hurt her or get vengeance or whatever, and the connection is made from the November piece that's made on her mother, because that's recent. That's enough. That's in a timeline where, okay, I've fixated now. I figured out how I can really get to her, and this is going to mess her up with going to the Olympics. I'm going to, you know, she knew people would know anybody following Savannah, knowing she's going to cover the Olympics, and this is a big thing, you know, for her and all that. So you've got that obsession of hatred. That seems like meets a perfect timeline.
So what are you talking about? You think it's like a Nancy Kerrigan thing? So we're going to take her out with the pipe instead of a pipe. We're going to take her mother, so she can't go to the Olympics. Who went in her place?
Well, or just a political. Well, no, not necessarily that way, or just even something triggered it. I mean, the person's crazy, obviously, for whatever the reason is. It's like way over the top. But I mean, the connection is made to the mother to get at Savannah because of that program that was done in November. So whether that connects back to their past, where they lived in Tucson, something from their past, it's personal that way, or impersonal from the political thing to the wild conjecture to prevent her from going to the Olympics, or, you know, it could be any number of weird things. I mean, you know, I mean, was the TV, the A&E TV series didn't start being shown until this
January.
year. So that, yeah. You know, so, but I mean, there could be some crazy stuff there where they know that they're going to get this crime series, and who knows, somebody connected with that. I mean, it has been known that even police people have committed crimes to be part of the crime.
The Golden State Killer was a police officer, remember?
Yeah. I mean, if the possibility, you could conjecture wildly enough that, you know, maybe because this is going to be on a Netflix series, what greater thing to have the greatest attention? I mean, anybody knows this would be like one of the most this will be one of the most famous cases, no matter what. You know, I mean, really, it's already built at that level. So whether it's solved soon or not, you know, it's already going to be a giant case, and will continue to be until it's solved.
That's why I wanted to know more about who she was in her community. Like, how connected was she with the community? Was she a person that, you know, did her own shopping? That's the thing. She had a car. She didn't drive to the daughter's house. Okay, so I figure maybe she can't drive at night. Maybe she only drives during the day. Maybe her eyesight at night is bad, right? So she's not going to drive to the daughter's because she's going to come home after dark. So I'll take an Uber there. But what did she do on a regular day? Did she drive to the market? Did she drive, you know, did she belong to ladies' clubs or, you know, or any kind of civic?
Well, she was definitely, from what I gather about her, she's very active socially. And she was sort of involved in maybe tangentially religious-related political things. There is a story where there's some background on her where I think they interviewed a professor that she went to school with, or maybe that knew Savannah and her mother or something. There's somewhere there is an interview about more about Nancy's background out there. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but yes, she was you know, she belonged to a book club and things like that. But also throughout her life, she was, remember, oh, that's right, she worked at the university too to put her, you know, to to have an income for her children and stuff so she was connected in with the university. That's right. And so she had some kind of social issues and things that she was deeply involved in. And I think the professor who she worked for, they talked to her about some of this. So there is some history about her that can be found. I didn't pay enough attention to it or have enough detail about it, but I do know, yes, she was active in her community within her, not only her church, but also maybe and politically to some extent, like some social issues.
Mm-hmm.
And that went all the way back to the time when she was working at the university or whatever the work she did there, you know.
Right.
So she does have that history. Nancy does.
Right.
So there's, you know, there could be somebody connected that way. But I think what triggered it, I mean, to me, nothing would shock me about this case. What the triggering mechanism is the national, highlighting of Savannah's life in Tucson with her mother. That's what triggered that type of crime. You know what I mean? I see it having to be connected with that. If it's at that type of a crime, that there's a connection there somehow. That's what clicked it in the criminal's mind that gave the spark, you know, of what I can do to.
Yes, I just think a stalker like Taylor Swift had a lot of stalkers in New York City, and they were always trying to get into her apartment, her place. They're not trying to get to the mother. It's odd. I think someone that was infatuated with her would stay in New York, maybe trying to get to her house, to her husband, somewhere along, you know, there. I don't think they want to go to side. It's just like every time I do that, I don't even know where this comes back to. Who would want to do this? It's such a crazy
Well, it'd have to
thing.
be somebody. I mean, I would maybe, you know, I would think there would be some history there about very much an enemy of these of Savannah or her mother. I think to me it connects to Savannah and her mother that way because of this media event in November. So if there was this vengeance or hatred, that's what reignited it or caused it to go forward, unless it's some kind of political.
But what about all the people
thing.
she had working there? Like, how? You know, the one guy that killed a lady about her age, and somebody mentioned this, and this is recent, and he hasn't even had his trial yet. It was in Washington State, and he was her handyman. I think he was her handyman. And he was on drugs, I believe that's what it was, and he said he started to have feelings for her. She was younger than Nancy. I think she was 77. And one night he appeared in her room, and she said, "You can't do this." She was standing at the foot of the bed, and then he got all dejected, and then he came back, and I think he killed her. And I went through this, and then he ran. He hit her body, I think, somewhere, and then he ran off to Idaho. And this was in Washington State. They found him before long, and now he's on trial. But he did sexually assault her, but he said he had feelings for her. She invited him to have dinner one night, and it would be interesting. Did Nancy ever feel motherly towards anybody that worked with her or something for her, you know? But we don't know anything like that, so I don't know.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of blank areas, except, you know, just I guess focusing back on, I mean, that it would be a very elaborate crime for that whole thing to be a fake out on the patio, you know. To me, that seems like that's got to be, you got to go on the idea that that's a criminal. If you do go on the idea that, oh, well, that could just be an actor type of situation to mislead everything, and then you're putting blood trails out the front door, then you can just kind of go anywhere with it, right? I mean, it could be the CIA or, you know, who knows what. you could come up with any kind of story, right? I mean,
Right.
the wilder you, so it's better to maybe stay more grounded with the more obvious choices until you can eliminate those, because you can always go to crazy. But if you can't eliminate the more grounded possibilities, which again could just be a crime gone bad, or a real targeted hit based on that backpack, and it could be the robbery gone bad because of the backpack. Because I don't know how robbers work with their kits or something, but maybe they, it's typical for a robber to come in with extra bags to carry your loot out in a backpack. And so that's not uncommon. Or it wouldn't be uncommon for a hitman to come in with a backpack with something to bundle her up in.
I've always said tarps. I think it's tarps or something. But then explain the blood. Like, I mean, what did
if it's a hit, then if it's a hit like that, you could, if you really wanted to mislead with the blood trail, if it's that, I guess you could do that. I don't really see the guy knowledgeable enough at the being on video and doing all that stuff, to be misleading to that level. Because to me, that's a bridge too far. I think the person really thought there was going to be no video of them at all.
Why is there no footsteps in the blood? If on inside, like, because they catch people with their footprints all the time. They caught the Golden State Killer. They got an imprint of his sneakers and that stuff. But how come?
Yeah.
If you're having a struggle like that, there's not an imprint of the shoe.
Well, the fact that it's at the doorway, right, just sort of right at the doorway or just as you step down, maybe she was still alive there and they're kind of holding her to the side or whatever. I mean, I don't know. There's a pause there. It seems like there's a pause at the doorway because then the blood trail. So there's some slowing down there for some reason at the doorway. And there's a lot of reasons that could be, like I said, you're making sure the coast is clear, waiting for the car to pull up, whatever, and then you move her forward. Something slowed her down there, and you're just to the side of her for whatever reason. You don't step into her blood trail. Other people said that she was already maybe dead, and they're just carrying her out, to the side or thrown over the shoulder. The blood's just dripping out. To me, I really don't see any of this wild conjecture like blood spatter patterns like you're seeing. I don't think there's enough in that photography to say that there was wheezing and little specks of blood were shooting out. They look like kind of big blotches that just dropped down kind of randomly there, which would be, to me, like a pausing, like just you're having a pause there for some reason. It could be any number of reasons. And then you're moving her forward from there, and the blood does trail off. And because we don't have really good photography of what's there, there could be a lot more drops that we don't see on the sidewalk, because that's just some, that's whoever that is, Brian's few videos, one video that he walked up on the house. We don't have the evidence video where they, they probably came in there even with luminescent stuff, to look for the blood. Even at night, I would assume that hopefully, my God, they have at least enough sense to do that, right? To come back and look for the blood spatter at night, or however you have to do that with those lights. And you're not going to see that. That's why you use those lights, to see where the blood really is,
Right.
So, yeah. So to me, it doesn't. To me, at that type of night, and that the very few cars coming through there ever at that type of night, and you're off the roadway, and the fact there's that U-shaped driveway, it makes perfect sense to me to just take her right out the front door. And especially if she's dead or just being abducted, that's the quick way out. It would, which may indicate possibly more, maybe a botched situation too, where you're sort of panicking and going out the front door. Whereas maybe more, if it was more of a hit, maybe you would go through the garage. But I guess you'd have to break in the house and open the garage manually from inside.
Yeah, well, there's a
afterwards.
Way, no, there should be also in her car there should be a garage door opener, and you mean they would go in through the
Yeah.
house, but then into the garage. That's what I'm saying. They wouldn't.
Yeah.
I think they would. But see, if it's somebody she knew,
Yeah.
somebody that had a key, or somebody that knew where she hid a key, and that's what this guy was saying that I was
Mm-hmm.
listening to. He's like, whoever did this is so familiar with this place. And I'm really getting to believe that no matter who did this, I think it's someone that had great familiarity with the place. I don't know.
Well, they knew enough. I wish we knew. Do you know how many cameras? Has anybody come out to say how
No,
many cameras
but
were
the first
where
reports
and
I
how-
went back to
Yeah.
read them, and they said she had a sophisticated camera system. Of course, but she didn't have a subscription. But they said there were multiple cameras inside and out. That's what they said at first.
Yeah. Well, so that obviously would mean that and this person destroyed all the I mean, they
See,
did
but
say
that
they
would make
destroyed
sense
them.
that they came another day and took them all out except for the Ring camera in the front. Not the Ring
Well-
camera, the Nest doorbell camera. But
But then there would be all kinds of notifications for
that's
those
what I'm
being
saying.
taken
That's
out.
what I said earlier. And
And-
I said, then I think this person would have been so savvy that either she said someone did something to the cameras and they said, oh, let me see. Oh, we'll have to get you a new system. Yeah, it must be vandalism. I don't know what happened. Or they could have deleted stuff off her phone, maybe even the app, without her knowing, told her something like, if it's an older person, it depends. There's older people that give their social security numbers and everything on because they think their grandson is calling them for bail money,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, there's all kinds of
Yeah.
people that believe all kinds of crap. What if they told her
Yeah.
something like, there's some bad virus in this app, we got to get it off your phone, and, who knows what they told her?
But does she have that? I see her. Well, okay, she does have. She does have an active social life. So there, and I wonder how many people. She did have this birthday party over at her house too recently.
Yeah.
So there was that interaction.
Could he have
To
gotten
me,
your phone that night and did something the other day?
Yeah.
Or anybody?
I think the cameras were knocked out the night they did the job, or just because, for the way I think, is because she was a nature lover and she liked to look out at the cameras outdoors, and she would know about notifications because that's how she would see the animal, because she would get the notification that she definitely would have known her cameras were knocked out, and that would escalate it to more than just somebody she casually, that would pinpoint it to the criminal being that person that does the camera work, right? Because that would be that person. She would report it to the person. If it's just an isolated report, the only person then, and then this is the person that had connection with the crimes, then she would be reporting it to them because they'd have to be the ones to cover it up. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that would be easy suspect elimination for the police. So they'd be crawling all over that, and that would also have indications on her phone, right, with the notifications not being opened or noticed. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So they have a lot of knowledge of what she was doing with her phone, and if it's true, she's a nature lover about the cameras. If that's a true story, and I don't know where all that came from, but that sounds to me like
I
people
did
would-
see that, and I know where it came from. It was a Facebook. Her Facebook. When this is strange too, okay. Before when this happened, I think they've tightened it up now. Her Facebook was totally open, and I said that can't even be her real page. That somebody's pretending. And then I looked, and it was her real page. She had all her friends showing. She had, including Annie, including her daughter, Savannah. Savannah's page is very open. It showed her children. It showed her. I could not believe how open their pages were. Okay?
Well,
And then it said something on there about, it was a neighborhood thing, or somebody was showing animals, and she said, I I'm going to have to look into getting a Ring doorbell camera or something, she said.
Wait a minute. She said
She
something
said
on her
something in
on
one
her
of these
face?
groups or one of these messages about animals or something. She said, boy, maybe I should look into getting a Ring doorbell camera to capture some of this. Something like
because
that.
she was seeing the other nature stuff being
Yes.
out on
And she didn't have
online.
one, and it was pretty recent, and she didn't have one.
And so, has anybody? I mean, is it?
That's where everybody's getting it from.
You could see. Okay, you
Yeah.
could see the date of that message.
Yes.
All right, the date when she posted that,
Yes.
and then did she get these cameras after that? Did she?
Yeah, she would have had to have. Yeah, that would have been after because she acted like she didn't have anything.
Because she didn't have them.
Yeah.
So how long ago maybe was that?
I'm thinking that might have been in 2020, 2018 to 2020, somewhere that post was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the point is, if that's the case and she's had these Ring cameras all this time and stuff, then she would sure know how to use them, right? She would know about the thing about not hearing the notifications at night could be the hearing aid and just her being asleep. So the notifications are coming, but she can't hear it, or her eyes are closed. So her phone's away from her. So, but it seemed to me the police would have all this knowledge about how her patterns are. If the phone is there, then they know how she checks her nature photos and all that, because
right.
I would assume that.
But she wasn't posting
knowledge.
a lot of nature photos. The only ones I saw her post were two mountain, I think they're bobcats. And she said, these are in the back of Annie's house.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like, oh, those are so cute. But I never saw her. I saw her post pictures of her plants, but those could have been taken by a cell phone. She took pictures right out of her kitchen window, about plants or something to eat, ate her plants, and but
right.
she didn't take the animal. It wasn't like doorbell footage. It seemed more from her phone, from what I saw.
Right. But maybe her cameras out back that we don't know of were getting some of the nature stuff, because there could be a lot of, if you see the foliage and everything is wild in the area there, they keep it pretty natural, so there could be, if there are cameras on the side of her house or in the backyard, there would be animals that would wander through.
But I really looked at her Facebook. Her Facebook was wide open. Somebody said they locked it down now. And the only nature thing with animals I saw were the bobcats that she said were in the back of Annie's house.
Yeah. Right. Well, just the fact that she mentioned wanting to get the cameras to look at nature, and then the fact that she has the cameras, and she didn't even say that in that Nancy, in Savannah's special. She said that about the Javelina's eating her foliage. She liked to see that, know that. Well, anyway, I don't know the exact wording, but obviously she was aware these animals were around her place, and she got a kick out of seeing them. So I just think she knows. She would know how to use the Ring, the notifications, all that, and anyway, all that evidence is going to be known by the police. Anyway, I mean, and by the family, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
By everybody in the family. So, and if it was the gardener or the security guy, I think they would have been all over this guy by now, right? I mean, because, this is like one of the highest profile cases in modern history. So far, I don't know of any greater.
Yeah, you would think. I mean,
Titan. I mean, even the president's talking about it, and what's his name? The FBI guy talks about it. So they've eliminated the inner circle. To me, I mean, there's no way that's not been taken care of. It's got to be something more obscure or random, whatever, from outside of that ring, unless they've already know who it is, and they're getting the breadcrumbs for the case. So could be that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot there we don't know, and who knows? Maybe when Savannah goes back to the Today Show, maybe she will give an interview to somebody that she knows, that she's comfortable with, and talk about things. She may. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
one of their, where they would ask her, that, like, well, what, I don't know. We'll see what she's going to say about it, because there is a lot of stuff that we don't know about her mother's day-to-day and who comes into her mother's day-to-day life. Was her mother with any companions? And it doesn't have to be like, there could be somebody, we don't know what kind of groups of stuff she was in. There's people down in Florida in that villages, and they said they have the highest STDs ever, and this is like a retirement village, okay? So they're getting around. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she was. I don't know. We don't know anything about her.
The fact that she's at least religiously conservative, I would say, kind of, and the fact that she was a widow for so many decades, I don't know. And sort of obviously very religious, I think. At least that's the outward impression I've gotten about this person. And she didn't remarry, right, or anything. So I don't know that there's much of a boyfriend history there or things like that. But all that stuff to me would have been like, that stuff. With the amount of people they have on this case, all of that stuff would have been interviewed and covered.
It's just so weird that nobody said anything about, like, what's weird to me? It's weird to me that people, and I don't know what that community looks like. I don't know if they have a quaint little main street with artist shops or whatever, but I would just think that there would be articles written in shops that she went into. Like, you see that all around when something happens. They go, oh my gosh, Mrs. Guthrie used to come over here. And you want to hear something funny? I was in Florida in a Costco, and a woman told me that Maria Shriver's mother, Eunice, she says, oh, she comes in the Costco all the time. She's the nicest woman. And she goes to the book department and she's buying books for people. See, they had a story. Eunice wasn't even missing. But what I'm trying to say is, why haven't we heard from people that she interacted with? Not even to come on TV, but like they call, just people go around the town and say, oh, here's, so-and-so at this gift shop. Nancy was always coming in here and buying the soaps and, we're just not hearing that. I just don't understand that.
Well, people out here are the streamers. There's a good, gumshoe thing. Why aren't you JLR? I mean, come on. He likes to go around and there's a lot of people that are still streaming. The Night Guy or JLR or a bunch of others. There's the 867 guy, whatever. There's all these people in the area. Why don't they do that? I mean, that's that gets them their streaming attention and gives something else to investigate. These guys are not very creative. I can tell you, if I lived there and I was involved in that, I would have done that a long time ago.
Right,
I don't
because
understand
most people talk about that. They do. Like, even if something if somebody dies or whatever, they'll say, oh, she was the greatest lady. She came in here. And then they go around in the store. I don't know what kind of a town it is, really, because I haven't seen much of a town. But, like, do they have a farmer's market on Sunday? I mean, I live in a very small town in upstate New York, and we have quaint little towns and shops, farmer's markets. So people know each other. We have a lot of actors and actresses that live in the area, and they go out they're not stalked or mobbed, and they're some high-profile actors, but they go around, and if something would happen to them, they'd be like, oh, they're in the regular supermarket with everybody would be talking about it. Oh, he was just here last Sunday. He was buying tomatoes. Well, I mean, I don't understand why we're not hearing that. Either she was very reclusive or something, because it doesn't sound like people know her well.
Well, she's in a book club and she's in a big church circle. So those are people that definitely know about her. I mean, she'd been in a book club for decades. So I would think she'd be, and that she'd had this
but
birthday.
But I heard she wasn't in a big
place.
Church, that she was watching a church stream of Savannah's church in New York with a few people.
Right.
Yeah.
but she used to be going to church. That's just her health issue now
Okay.
that's depleted her from doing that. So that's the only reason for that. She was active in the church, the local church there, before her more health issues. And also, apparently, I heard a very regular book club member, so people would have known of her through that. And if she's, and also because she was involved with social issues in her community, there would have been that background.
I know, and
of
most people
And
go
this-
out and interview the community, like, and they have
Yeah.
local stations there, real stations, real journalists. Why haven't they done pieces? I don't understand it.
Well, maybe there are. We just haven't. I haven't.
I know, I've been looking.
actively-
I've been looking. I
You've been
watched
looking?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you could contact. I know the lady that does the local reporting. She was one of the people that stood by her source, saying it could have been a robbery gone bad, and she got kind of criticized. She was controversial for saying that, and she stood by it. She's that young lady, probably in her 20s. She has sort of a nice long nose and long brown hair. I don't remember her name, but well, she's well known. She's on the TV. I think she's the CBS reporter or something. She's reporting on this case all the time. Anyway, you might ask her because she does have her own YouTube channel, and I responded to a post she made. I talked to her on, made some comment or something, and she thanked me for commenting on the thing and pointed me to stuff. So I know she reads her YouTube channel, and she doesn't have that many subscribers. I mean, they're under 20,000, 10 to 20,000. So she reads them. So you could ask her. I mean, she told me where I could find some information based on my comment, that I asked her about the pacemaker, and she said she had done some story about that. And then I was asking her to go on some other lead. I don't remember what it was now that I had some idea for her to look into. But yeah, she might respond and tell you the local stuff, because there is that local there is local community news there. Tucson would have that aspect to their community. There would be a lot of local news features. I think even an online news thing about the local community.
I just wonder if they had the community was like, because I've seen them go out and there's outlet stores and things like that, but I'm just wondering if they have anything like an artisan community, like where they, where.
Oh, well, the art and gyms are a big thing there. The world's gym show is there. So if she had anything to do with gyms, that's sort of the world epic center for that. That I've been to that gym show. I went to that gym show in the early 1990s, and it was huge back then. It's spread all over the place there. So, and so you have all these artsy type people there. So if she was involved in that community, whether through the gyms, the arts aspect, yeah, she would be known within that too. I think she probably had some, because she was involved in some social issues. She might sort of intersect with sort of the more cultured, artistic areas. If you're trying, a lot of those people that kind of promote charity or work or help for that get intertwined with the arts or, with the social issues.
Right.
For charity. I wouldn't be surprised.
I just don't understand. Like, everybody's sitting out in front of Nancy's house like something's going to happen. I just don't understand why they wouldn't go to these towns and into these. Did you know Nancy Guthrie? What do you think about this? Did she come here much? Did she shop here much? Did she, because she still had her car. So here I wonder that, did she go out in her car during the day? Did she just not drive at night? Did her housekeeper drive her around in her car, and that's why she kept her car? Why would she keep her car if she wasn't driving at all? So she literally had to be probably using the car, and then she probably, maybe like a lot of older people, can't drive at night. So,
Mhm.
but then
Yeah.
I would just go down and ask, talk to the local
Sure.
people where they are, but everybody hangs out in front of her house like something's going to go off there, she's not there.
Somebody just needs to organize a piece. I know that some people that live there.
Watch tomorrow,
street
everybody
have
will be
come up to-
interviewing everybody at all the shops.
Yeah.
When Carolyn talks, people listen. Sometimes it feels like that. I don't know.
People have come up to JLR that live in the neighborhood, have talked to him. But he streams for so many hours that you got to really go through all the stuff just to find the few seconds where he,
right,
talks to these people and stuff like that. And sometimes he goes off on these hunts where the body might have been dumped or some evidence, but he hasn't caught on to that idea like you are. And I think that's somebody will do it. Somebody's probably doing it. That's a really good idea that somebody should have been following up or doing. That's where I think maybe that local reporter talking to her, the CBS lady, she might be able to point you to.
I mean, it's
where
just
that
natural.
some of that
like,
information.
I don't know, because we go away to a small town in South Carolina, and the Murdaws had their beach house there. And when we go out, we always ask, like, did Maggie come here? And then people will always talk to us about that. Oh, yeah, are you kidding? Maggie came here. Oh, she's the sweetest thing, like crazy. Oh, but I'll tell you, his family, they oh boy, you don't want to mess around with his family. But, so you'd hear things from everybody. And my friend and I would always ask everyone, did you know them? Did you see them? What were they like?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah.
White Angel.
Well,
Yeah.
one thing I do want to say about the family, though, as far as the them, hiding out and not coming forward or anything or staying hidden, I don't see. To me, as much craziness as there is out on the internet and all the stuff that's been spread around them, I don't see anything suspicious about them hiding out and trying to stay away, avoiding everything to the outside world right now, just kind of hibernating and staying away, even if that raises suspicions, because there are just too many crazy people out there. I mean, there's so many people that want to commit crimes against them, not knowing anything about them. There's
the
lot of
internet's a
people
wild.
that would like to target them, right
yeah,
now.
If they think, this is the guy that killed an 84-year-old lady, I'm going to take him out.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, they would, they will make up
Terrible.
stories. They'll SWAT them. They'll do any number of things. And I know this happens. I've seen it.
It
related
definitely
in
happens. That's why, when people were throwing names at me, I said, you can't do that. You can't, and we can't. But it's like, you have to think also the detectives are going through this, and it's always the people closest to the person first, and then the people that saw them last, and and it's like, and then you just think, okay, what is the other motive? If there would at least be another motive, and it's really, that's the thing that's tripped me up, because it's not a robbery, it's not a kidnapping, so what is this? A hit? What is this? Yeah. I don't know.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But,
it could be a spoiled, like I say, that something gone wrong, that makes sense, or it's a to me, a targeted crime. I think a key would be to focus on that backpack, what's in that backpack and being used, because either it's, to me, if it's, that could indicate the robbery, because you're bringing in extra bags to carry loot out. If you're robbers, if that's typical, an MO for that robbers do, that would be. Otherwise, it's like, to me, well, what's in that is a body bag or something to commit the crime against the lady. I mean, what else would there be? Because you're only going to take valuables out or the body out. So it's one of the other.
I tend to think it's more tarp stuff, kind of, or tarps, restraints, something,
Well, then you're wanting to do an abduction. So why would you want to abduct an old lady like that?
Well,
then?
no,
then
I mean,
gotta...
when I mean restraints, I shouldn't say that. If you put a tarp around somebody and then you need bungee cords to secure it, like a carpet, you know what I mean? You roll it up. So you can carry
Oh yeah,
it.
well, it's going to be any number of easy ways to whatever the covering material is in the backpack. Who cares what it is? I mean, whether it's a tarp or
But
body
I'm
bag
saying
or
restraints. I didn't mean. I mean like
Yeah.
bungees to hold it together.
hmm
If you wrap somebody in it, right? If you used a tarp, then that would hold it together.
hmm
So if two people could carry it like a carpet.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Not that I've thought about this. Okay.
Well, just the leaky blood thing. If that's
But
again
see,
not,
and that's why I think about that. If they had her wrapped up, like in a tarp like that, how is the blood leaking out?
well, they're not sealing the ends off. They're just rolling her in it quick, and then the blood's dripping out one end of the obviously probably the head end. It'd be dropping out the head end. So they're like somebody says throwing them over the shoulder if it's a one person.
Yeah, I don't think it. Yeah.
Somebody at 5'9", 5'10" that's in good shape can throw 150 pounds over your shoulder if you're, that person was not a wimp. I mean, he had a sort of a stocky build and wasn't a lightweight wimpy person. So it's possible they could throw a 150 pound person over their shoulder with the person wrapped up in a tarp and their head hanging down, and then the blood just drips right on out.
But then that defeats the whole purpose, right, of having the tarp, so that you're protecting.
No, because you're keeping your DNA off of the thing and her DNA off of you, and you're keeping it from being a bigger mess. But I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, it is a bit sloppy if you're trying to cover up the fact that it's a murder, or there's a violent scene that got screwed up, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that would lean towards the guy not being so smart, either kind of a goofy murderer, inexperienced.
I think everybody's saying he's not smart, but he's outsmarted people for a month.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you're not thinking everything through to seal if it's a tarp, whereas if you're there to do a hit, I mean, if I was there to do a hit, I'd bring in a body bag that I zip up, right? So you don't have the blood leaking out. That's like.
But like one thing, I just like to know, were her glasses there? Were her hearing aids there? Were her shoes there? Because we have heard that with other missing persons.
Somebody said her glasses were taken. I've heard that. A reporter said the glasses early on were taken, and that's it. So, her glasses were missing. Let's just say that. So that I heard. I don't know
did she grab them right away? Did she grab them right away and put them on? You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they're right there, and she put them on to see something. So that could have been that, but. Were her shoes taken? That's really important to know if her shoes were taken.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they withhold. We don't have that we can't figure out any further without that information. So I think they have some really good ideas at this point what's going on, and either they're already tracking the suspects and just waiting for the breadcrumbs to fall into place and stuff. I thought maybe they were doing stuff with the Bluetooth searching and stuff like that to try to maybe spring people they had under surveillance to see if they go out and lead them to where the body might be, that they might try to go about and remove the pacemaker, destroy the pacemaker.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. That's why I don't think she's nearby, and I don't think she's nearby. And the sheriff being so sure she's nearby, I don't know.
Yeah, and I had an idea on the pacemaker thing that should be cleared up. This is sort of one little investigatory clue that you might just be interested just in hearing about or following up on. But one of the things with the pacemakers is they have defibrillators. Some of them built in, and some of them have.
Some of them do, some of them don't. Right.
Right, and so and then I've seen some doctors comment, so-called supposedly a doctor, comment in comment section saying that they know about the pacemakers, and they say that that if it has a defibrillator or the heart stops, then the battery will start will start to try to defibrillate the heart, and that will go on until the battery runs down. So that's where I thought, that somebody ought to look into that to see if that's true, because then looking for her with the Bluetooth device is a time limited thing to find the body, so how much time is there likely on that pacemaker to find her through the Bluetooth identification? Because if that battery's being run down by sending a shock to the heart, and the person's dead, and it just keeps going, the battery's going to die. Because they say the batteries can last 5 to 7 years.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah.
But that's not if it's set to defibrillate with the heart stopped until the battery runs down. You know what I mean? So we should find out. I mean, it's something I wanted to find out. I haven't researched it yet, but it's something I would like to get to the end point on, is how much time does that pacemaker have if the defibrillator is going on before the battery's going to die? Because you could still find the person that way. And okay, I'm gonna release my idea to you, is that why in the hell hasn't the sheriff, because he did the neighborhood notice on the video camera, on your cell phones, you can send out the neighborhood notice to 2 miles or whatever.
Right.
So why don't at this point they send out a damn notice for the Bluetooth serial number on her pacemaker to everybody? Because your phone can search any Bluetooth, okay? And I bet there are even apps out there to identify, you can put in the serial number, but you could have everybody in that whole area that wants to do it, that can just, because your Bluetooth, you could put it on, when you connect to Bluetooth, it tells you every Bluetooth that's in the area. So if you had the serial number on that pacemaker, you could just literally go out there with your phone and look for that serial number, And let me tell you something else. I'm techie enough to know this. With wireless and stuff, that signal can vary distance-wise. It doesn't have to just be 20 to 50 feet. You could be on some days 100, maybe 200 feet away, and it'll still give you a signal because of the atmospheric conditions. When it's wireless like that, you can have real weird anomalies, especially at nighttime, where signals travel much further. I've done that with my own cell phone wireless, on the wireless part of it, and I'm sure it's the same with the Bluetooth. It can vary your signal distance, so even though they had that special device up on the helicopter and all that, why not just release the serial number out to everybody and let everybody look for it? And then if you've got suspects that you're already looking for, think how that's going to blow their minds. If they're following the media, that would really spook them. That would want to make, and that would want to
but that could also
motivate
spook them enough to get rid of it, right?
Yeah, that would want to motivate them to go out and get the Bluetooth out of the body and destroy it. So, but that's a way to expose them. I mean, if you've already got suspects you're tracking, you know what I'm saying? They already got people.
Yeah, if they did. Yeah. But it was nice talking to you tonight. It's getting real late here in New York, and but it was a pleasure to come up another time. And it was very nice to talk to you. I think you got some good ideas.
If you come up, if you come up with something you want to, you got that email, so I can check that, or you can.
And you were supposed to email me those videos, those AI videos. I'd like to take a look at those, see what those are. Those
gonna?
crazy AI videos you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll send you the
can
links
send
to
them the
those.
link in there, yeah.
There are two of them out. Yeah, because that would be fun for you. You play back stuff and then analyze it. You could show how crazy that stuff is and how deceptive.
Right.
There are two of them, and they've gone viral big time. So I'll send those to you tonight or tomorrow.
Okay.
It'd be fun to review them, because it just shows you how deceptive the AI can be, and yet there are going to be thousands of people that are going to believe that's all real.
That's the problem with it, because there are crazy people that believe. There's people that think they are talking to Kevin Costner and Keanu Reeves, and that they're going out with them, and you would think, come on now. And these are people that, are you serious? Yeah, he's telling me to go put a down payment on the house. And it's not that he doesn't have the money, but he's got it tied up in some offshore accounts now. So he just wants me to go there and put the deposit on that account. And I'm just send this check to him. Yeah, what? Yeah, there are people that believe things. And now with AI, they'll really, I'll send you a video, honey, of myself. And it's scary.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I talked to you. You gave me some ideas to think about, and I did give out my Bluetooth tracking ideas, so maybe somebody out there will get. I think it would be cool if the sheriff would, put a community notice out there with her serial number at this point, and let everybody try to find her pacemaker at this point.
Yeah. All right. Well, you have a good night, and I'll look forward to getting those videos and seeing what they're like.
Okay.
Okay.
Right,
Thanks.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Murder. Hi, Amy. Amy, nobody was, I'm sorry, I wasn't ignoring anybody in the chat. I was just, I was trying to pay attention, because the thing, when I don't pay attention, then they say, hey, I'm no good. And Amy, to feel right at home. I make a lot of jokes that I don't get credit for either. I think I did it pretty clever, and people don't realize that either, right? You're in good company. Don't worry about it. Yeah, thank you to the caller. He's very nice. And he had a very calming voice. I think everybody said he had a very calming. Told you I was in my fields. That's okay. I'm in my fields too. It's all right. You can be in your fields. We all are in our fields sometimes. Yeah, everybody can have LOL Bird. Everybody has a right to have their own views and thoughts, and just because something is different than yours, well, then it was a pleasant surprise, or it was a bad surprise. I don't know, LOL Bird, but not everybody has the same thoughts. It's always good to think, and sometimes someone can make you think something. Just be open. Okay, I'm not supposed to be solving this this puzzle. It's all right. I didn't know what I was going to. I thought it was a very pleasant conversation. I thought he had a nice, calming voice. He wasn't screaming or yelling. He didn't come up with no clothes on. So, yeah. I thought he was a very pleasant guy to talk to. Off. I thought you were getting off. I'm like, what are you getting off, Murder? Stop it. Well, then you can play. Just put a word in if you want it. Offset. So there comes heart out of the woodwork. Fast. Okay. Yeah, he was kind of funny too. See? Think about the positive. You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. Fets. You got offsets. Hardy got you. Who's saying Fets? Heart. I enjoyed it, Carolyn. You should have been in the chat saying that, Heart. Toss. Okay, wait. You guys, we have toss. Fess. Now everybody's going there. Toe. There we go. Toes. Okay, what else we have? Set off. Set off. No. Offset. That's going to be there, yep. Very good, Murder. Set, says Heart. Okay. And set. Alrighty. You were drowsing. There's no drowsing allowed. This is a no drowsing zone. You're not allowed to drowse. No drowsing, please. Did I miss any words? Fast toes, toss. Yeah, it was a nice change. We used to always have a lot of callers, you know? A lot of different callers. It was nice. He was knowledgeable. He had some ideas, and that's good to toss people's ideas around. Faux-foes. I think it's faux-foes, right? Foes. Yeah. Okay. Hey, the first one. Okay, you're going to get mad at me. Uh-oh. But I left these 3 words for you guys. Come on. I absent-mindedly started doing it earlier today when I was on a call or something. I don't know what I was doing. Hey, it said it redacted someone's post and I didn't. What do I do to fix it? What? No. When someone redacts, Amy, they do that on their own. You can redact a post. You don't have to fix it. Right? Anybody, watch Murder of Crows. Murder of Crows, can you just redact your foes so she can see how that works? Watch, Murder of Crows will redact her foes. And that's rhyming, and I didn't even plan that. Look at that. I'm a poet, I didn't even know it. Pay attention, Amy. Murder's going to redact the foes. No, it's redacted, hon. Heart, somebody redacted their own post. See? Now look. Retracted. Now she has me saying redacted. Retracted. Okay. See it? You see it? At 6:03, Murder of Crows, message retracted. Murder did that on her own. Yeah, pretty girl, we're okay. And then Heart just retracted something, see? Now everybody will be retracting everything. Stop retracting! Okay. Hi, Dukin. Tiny. Tiny. Is it not there, Tiny? Oh, very good, Dukin. Everybody's talking about retracting. See that, Amy? They do that on their own. You don't have any responsibility, and then you cannot bring back their retracted message. That's theirs. Iris. Murder. Amy, do you see that? That's not a mod's fault. If it's removed, it'll say this message was removed and it'll put the moderator's name so we know who to yell at. Just joking. It's very good. Okay, we'll play one more and then I got to go to bed because it's late. You got it, Amy? Oh, look, it says it's a hard one. It's not hard for us. Come on. All right, I'll go and get some in. Oh, here comes murder hologram. Very good, murder. Very good. Okay, now you got it? Good. What's murder? Okay. Oh, so we know how to yell at you. Hog. Okay. Heart may was gloom, says murder. Gloom and doom. Okay. Mag, says heart. Dukin says goal. Good, Dukin. Nar. Mar, I think you mean, right? Mar and Ram. The Ram is there. Got the Mar. Moral. Moral judgments. Lou. Lou is never there, murder. Oh, it goes in the extra words. Yeah, it's never in the puzzles. They don't put Lou in the puzzle. Murder says loom. Glam, I already tried. Heart, glom. Extra. More. Okay, very good, murder. Groom. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Room, pretty girl, yeah. Very good. Oral, says murder. In the extra words. Rome. Okay, did I miss any? Let me see. Ooh, moral, Oh, you had room up there. Okay. I see you. Moo and goo. Okay. A go, says murder. Okay. Molar, says murder. Very good. Hi, Thomas O'Leary. Thomas O'Leary says goal. We're glad you're here, Thomas O'Leary. Goal is already up there. Try another one. Thanks for playing. We play this game every night after our show, Thomas. Gloom. I think that we put that in there, murder, but oh, I thought we did. Wow, I must have put that in there, but it didn't show up. We'd have to go back on the video replay. Let's watch the video replay, because I remember saying that. Sometimes it doesn't go through. I don't know why. Logo, says murder. Glam, I know, Amy, I tried that. It goes to the extra words. Look at, they said this was hard. They don't know Ramblers. They don't know Ramblers. I tried that one for you, Heart. It went into the extra words, and so does that one. Thomas, you need 3 letters or more. There's no 2-letter words here. 3 letters. See, the ones that are here are the ones we need. 2 3-letter words and 1 4-letter word. And they go in alphabetical order, so that means that this one is going to start with an H, between an H and an L. It would never start with an A here. Okay? So you can kind of see that. Halo. Halo, halo. Good murder. Lag. Very good. and or. Well, that was really good, and they said it was hard, right? We did that pretty fast. Pretty fast. Let me see if I got anything here. That's it. That's all I got. That's it. That's it. Not nice. Not nice. We'll play one more. One more. That's it. You guys cannot do this. Okay, let me go. Wait a minute. What am I doing? Dukin is already in there. Baseball. Did you get this before Crows? I think you did. Crows is going to be mad at you. Dukin coming in with the big word. Pretty girl says ball. Yeah, I think you got that. Yep, you do. Slab. Murder's mad. Slab. Nice murder. Bell says Amy's Justice League. Bell. Bail. I already have that up there. Oh, Dukin. 2 thumbs up from the murderer. Sale. Sale and seal. Heart sneakily getting 2 words in for 1. Babe. Slab. Murder beat you to slab. Bail. It's already up there. Let's see. Bales says murder. Bales. Very good. Slab says Amy. Bells says murder. Alrighty. Sable says murder. Okay. All says murder. Right. Al. Very good. Abel is there. Cain is not. Balls. Very good. Babel. Extra word, Amy. Oh my goodness, you guys, the sun is coming out. Base. I'm going to do one C. Alas. Alas. Poor Uric, I knew him well. Sale. There's no I. Almost. Pretty girl. Alas. Did we do base? Yeah. Sell. Very good. Now, extra word. Thomas? No, I don't know that they're having one, hon. They had one on February 4th. I haven't heard of another one, Thomas. Ebb. Lab and labs. I was just talking about labs, wasn't I? So, extra word. That was an extra word. Pretty girl, good. Labs, we got it in there. There's one more word, guys, and then Carolyn can go to bed, and so can all of you. And very good. Well, that was fun night. I didn't expect that. That was, I had a headache all day. I didn't feel good. And now my headache is gone, thank God, and I feel better, and I had a fun night. And so thanks for hanging with me. I love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all that need them, and we all need them. May the Lord bless you and protect you and give you his peace. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, so stay well. All right, everybody? Guy on YouTube is doing what? Oh, yeah, I don't know, hon. All right, good night, everybody.